Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry if the stream ends up having any technical problems. I updated my OBS and my layout is totally fucking different now. I did not realize that they had made so many visual changes since I had last updated. So I don't know where anything is right now. We're still figuring it out. But welcome everyone. As the chat, would like me to say, hey every pony, Cool Kid here. So, I mean, I assume you all have the capacity to read, but considering that, we all play Warframe here, maybe not. So, as you can probably tell by the title, if you're over the age of 6, we're going to be talking about the stuff that was added in the most recent update. I have finally finished getting all of the adversary weapons and whatnot. I don't have them all maxed out, in terms of their progenitor bonus and stuff quite yet, but I want to talk about the new stuff and sort of my thoughts on it and things like that. And then, sort of beyond that, I just also kind of want to knock out my weeklies while we talk about a few things, because I'm fucking lazy. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to... They added a new theme for Awakening. I decided to replay the quest because of the visual changes and stuff they made to it. Okay, it has to die, which is very unfortunate. I remembered to go on Do Not Disturb first for once, so we're fine. Do I have a job? Yes, I do. Today's live reaction, I believe, was provided by Pink Attack over on the Discord. Bastard. What did I do to you, Robin? What did I do to you? I probably should have loaded into the Simulacrum first. It's easier to talk about things that way. We'll go to this one. My goat Chronia Relay. You fear my power? What is this woman talking about? Simulacrum? Holy shit. Turn yourself on D&D? Turn off? What the fuck are you... No, we stay on D&D for my own safety. For my own safety from you people. Okay. So, I think that obviously the elephant in the room, and I'm not saying that to be fatphobic, is the addition of Foley. So I think that people probably kind of understand how she works by now, but it's typically the case in these streams that I talk about that, like the new Warframe first. So, wow, dude. Hey, look, I said... I already clarified, okay? I already clarified. Calm down. Calm down. It's not that serious. With sexy animations. This game has plenty of those already, much to my chagrin. We need more sexy men with sexy animation sets. That's what I think. Anyhow, I should probably pause their AI first. Actually, let's just do this on like a single, batch of answers. That'll make this a little easier to explain. So, check DMs. Robin, I just fucking started the stream. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this out loud, Robin. Okay. So, Foley is actually a frame that I think overall is pretty simple, which is to compensate for the amount of stuff that she can do. It's kind of like Uriel in that regard, where, like, there's more individual parts of her kit, but as a result, her individual parts are more straightforward to compensate for that. So, Foley is a Warframe. The first thing with Foley is her passive, which kind of plays into her role as like a crowd control and support, and I kind of say that with air quotes, to be honest with you all. So whenever Foley uses an ability, aside from her 2, it'll cover enemies in ink. Also, they seem to have updated the model for the Lancers and the Butchers as well, I've noticed. They look a little different now, but maybe I'm just geeking. Anyways, if I cast an ability, it will oil them up. And when oiled up, they have a 20% chance to drop an orb, and they are 50% slower. So, I would honestly say that this passive is pretty good by itself. You can also use her signature weapon, Enkhouse. When used with Foley, its alt-fire also applies the ink effect. So, ink is just kind of like a thing that all of your stuff does. You don't really have to think about using it. It just kind of happens as you do things. So Foley's first ability, as you probably saw there, is like a teleport. You just pop up out of the ground. Enemies that are near you when you pop out of the ground get covered in ink. And the teleport also cleanses status effects and gives you a brief window of invincibility. You can see it up there in the top right. So it's honestly really slow by default. I think I have 2 cast speed shards on, and I think it's kind of an uncomfortable ability to use, all things considered. But it is very good just for moving around, as well as to cleanse status effects and abuse the invincibility frames if needed. Also, yeah, the ink color can be changed. I know that people are just going to make it white, but that's besides the point. Anyways, so we're going to skip over the 2 for a moment, because it's going to be easier that way. Foley's Third spawns a copy of herself, and it leaves this, like, ink puddle on the floor. And it also gives you and everyone near it damage reduction. And then as you kill enemies in its radius, which this is going to take me a second because I have no galvanized stacks. As you kill enemies in its radius, it gains duration, it increases in size, and it gives you more damage reduction on top of the actual area of effect spreading out farther as well. And then enemies that are standing in it will also be inked. So yeah, you can see how that guy exploded into orbs. What the fuck? Okay, I don't think that's supposed to happen. But enemies will drop orbs and be slowed. The thing that I like about this is that it's got solid support potential for giving your allies a bunch of damage reduction. It kind of reminds me of Citrine, except the kill requirement is much lower in exchange for the portrait being stationary. And then you can move it as well. And it retains, sometimes it doesn't show the correct size of the actual portrait, but it retains its stats in the event that you have to the event that you have to move it. So, and then someone asked if it's affected by nullifiers. I believe so, but I'll be honest, I haven't played Foley against the Corpus nearly as much as the other factions. Oh yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I don't know if these guys will be alerted. Let their bubbles start regenerating again. Yeah, on contact, it is dead. Unfortunate. Anyways, the final ability of Foley's is honestly kind of a weird one. That was not the button I meant to press. So Foley's final ability ties up enemies near her, which, you know, I'm pretty sure a lot of people will see this and think, man, I wish that were me. It has a defense strip of 50%. It goes up to 100 at 200% strength, and the enemies just kind of float up into the air. And then you can pop the bubbles to cause them to bonk the ground and take damage. You can also bounce off the balloons, which refreshes your jump, if I wouldn't just blatantly miss. Yeah, like that. Which is a fun feature. So, now that we have all of the simple stuff out of the way, we can talk about the most important ability. Foley's 2 opens her sketchbook. She has 14 items that she can spawn. Now, I'm going to be honest with you all, I don't think most people are going to be using most of them. The first one is the explosive barrel. You can get 3 different types of barrel. Of course, all 3 of the ones that I get are gas. You can have 3 active at a time, and they can be either blast. This is I think the Skuldra barrel. They can be the gas barrels from the Gasity tile set, or they can be the LN2 barrels. Yeah, the liquid nitrogen barrels from other Corpus tile sets. You can have up to 3 active at once. And the important thing with Sketchbook is Sketchbook abilities, their damage scales with enemy levels. So they aren't bound to your stats. Like other map props, they're bound to the level of the enemies, which makes them very, very strong. Even without, like, you can use Roar, for example. Roar does affect their damage because they are still technically abilities. But even without it, they pack a pretty solid punch. The second option here is Arc Trap. You can have up to 3 of them active, and they also deal an impressive amount of damage. They can also trigger stuff like Archon Stretch and things of that nature, right? Of course, they're just... I'm such a fucking idiot. Why didn't I move these? Okay, these can live over here in like one big heap. That's fine. That's fine. So sorry if I'm not reading the chat much. I'm doing my best to stay focused. You know, we don't have enough Lancers here, actually. Hold on. Just more Lancers. All the Lancers. Okay. So this third option here is the RPG. I'm going to be honest, I think that the RPG is definitely at its best when used against Acolytes. Like, it's able to kill groups, you know, pretty quickly. But I think that what really makes this thing special is that it can basically insta-kill an Acolyte as soon as you see them spawn in. which is especially nice if you get like violence or something, because you don't have to deal with it. I will say, because next up is Amphors, where you get 3 random alchemy Amphors. I kind of have mixed feelings on this, because Amphors are really strong. Oh, I didn't pick it up. Amphors are... Oh, duh, because I don't have a secondary equipped. Amphors are really strong. They deal a lot of damage. But I feel like, in a way, they're kind of just, like, slower explosive barrels. And I don't really like that they have a 30-second cooldown, because they're very cumbersome in comparison. Like, barrels, you can just throw down a bunch of them and shoot them. Whereas, with the Amphors, you only get 3 of them. There's a 30-second cooldown, and you have to actually physically pick them up and throw them. So, and I know some people are saying it's meant to be there for alchemy. All of the mission-specific ones are a little later, but even beyond that, the Amphors do have a purpose outside of alchemy, and because it's purely a random, they're not that good in alchemy, to be honest with you, because there's a very good chance you're going to put it on a 30-second cooldown for no Amphors that even match what you're doing. They are genuinely, like, fun damage options, but they're on a really long cooldown. Next up is the Death Orb. This mostly is just like a crowd control option, I feel. Because it's able to radiation proc enemies, which I think is pretty helpful. It's admittedly quite niche, especially with its 30-second cooldown, and I think that honestly its biggest competition is that the Coralizer is also here. Weirdly enough, the Coralizer is just a better Coralizer compared to its regular, like, mission iteration. Unlike the Armageddon Coralizer, this one actually inflicts cold procs. The weird thing is, because it's a Coralizer, and that's an Armageddon turret, its damage still technically is treated like it's from an ally, which means that it doesn't trigger things like Ice Storm. I don't know why it does that, but that's how it's handled. The Coralizer is nice, because while you can only have one of them, there is no cooldown. Recasting it just moves it. And as you can see here, it can affect a lot of enemies. So, I think it's a very helpful tool to, like, lock things down. Does trigger Ice Storm? Did they fix it? When I tested it on release, it didn't work. Maybe it's been patched. Hold on, let's look. Ignore what I actually have on here. It's not important. Let's grab Ice Storm. Let's take a look. Indeed. When I tested this on stream, it did not work. Maybe it has been fixed. Well, that fucking killed them all, so that didn't really work out, did it? Okay, I guess they did fix it since release. Good to know. Because, yeah, when I tested it on release, that did not work, because it counted as ally damage. Okay, I take it back. It looks like Ice Storm has, in fact, been fixed. God bless. I'm still using Molt Reconstruct, because I'm actually playing around health tanking for the hell of it. Let's spawn another batch of them. Okay. Next up is the Loke Surge. This one has by far the longest cooldown, but I think it's honestly completely warranted. The Loke Surge only exists for one use, so it's not like other Loke Surges where it goes on like a 10-minute cooldown or whatever. Once you use it, it disappears. Might take a second. But most of the buffs from the Loke Surges are quite good, especially once you get the, like in Endless missions. Once you get the ones that increase your energy regen or your health regen on orb pickup, in one cast of that Loke Surge, you can genuinely have like 20 energy per second because of ink dropping orbs. And I believe the surges do apply to the whole team, yes. I mostly play solo, so it's a little... I'm not 100%, but I believe they do. The thing with the surge, what's a little unfortunate is, as far as I'm aware, they did remove the infinite ammo one from the rotation, which I think is pretty sad. But it's like, it's on a 7-minute cooldown. I don't think it would be that overpowered. But yeah, the infinite ammo one is missing, but all of the others are present. The next one is just an ammo box. It's one of like the plains ammo boxes or whatever, and it spawns ammo. I don't think that's terribly complicated. Next up is Launchpad. These are the things from Foley's actual mission, and if you jump on them, they make you go higher. I'll be honest, I don't really know if this is that useful. The great shield getting setups, that's true. But I don't really know if this is going to be that helpful. But I do think it's funny. So there's that. Next up is Lost Spirit. This won't do anything for us now, but it's the like the ghost kids from the Zeraman. They'll lead you to pickups, so they'll lead you to Ayatan sculptures and to Syndicate medallions and stuff like that. They function the same as the ones on the Zeraman. I like how he just hits me with the no and then leaves as well. Next up is the life support capsule. I'll be honest, I'm a little on the fence about stuff from here on out, because this literally does nothing if you're not in a survival mission. I think it might spawn like 2 health orbs or something. Yeah. Like it spawns a few health orbs, but has no range limit. Yeah, I believe that's correct. They just take you to the nearest collectible regardless. And they do find the new survival speed up item as well. But I feel like having mission objectives, things like this, is a little weird, because in most missions, this just isn't helpful. It's the same with the power cell. Like, they're helpful in their respective missions, but if you're not in those missions, they just don't do anything for you. The defense capsule is interesting. This won't do anything obvious right now, but this is basically like a decoy. If enemies see it, they will just start attacking it, and it has very high target priority. So it's actually surprisingly helpful, especially if you want to use it in conjunction with the Coralizer. I think I should probably actually show this. Can you Kuba the life support? Not that I'm aware, but I'd have to check. Let me unpause. Okay. So these guys are all slowed. So, you know, that's a little rough for them. Oh, the defense capsule's on cooldown. Okay, then I guess I can't really show this. You can really see the crowd control potential of this, though. And then the last one's just a random conduit key for disruption. And you can see all your cooldowns are in the bottom right. So when it comes to Foley, I think the kind of unfortunate reality, at least in my experience... Oh, I'm actually probably going to die if I don't pay attention. I think the kind of unfortunate reality is that she has a lot of cool stuff that makes her good for crowd control and support, and you're probably just going to do this. Because the barrel spam and arc trap spam is just extremely effective. It's one of those things where I think that Foley has a lot of cool potential as like a crowd control and a support style Warframe. The problem is that you just don't have to give a shit about that. Let me max this out real quick. Ultimately, though, like I think it's up to the player, right? If you want to ignore her crowd control elements, you're completely allowed to. You know, you play her however you want. I will say as well, arc traps are very, very good, but they're a little bit weird in combination with the balloons. The balloons in general are a little bit weird, to be honest. So, the problem with the balloons is that they make enemies float away from the things that damage them, right? Now, if you put down your deployables and stuff first, it's fine, because the enemies will probably die before they get high and far away enough to make it a problem. But if you don't have your deployables out and stuff already, and you send them away... Boom, boom, welcome, Sap. Yeah, I feel you there. Yeah, like, if they're, like, up in the air, it can be a little bit tricky to reach some of them. I will say, though, that I like this ability with certain companions, because your companions can pop the balloons. So, like, I normally have on a Panzer Vulpaphyla, its quills will pop the balloons when it shoots at them. So there's that. I think that, when it comes to Foley, I think that there's a lot of options, both in terms of, like, playing her as intended, as well as playing her with some kind of subsume or something like that. Also, for the turret has no cooldown. For the Coralizer turret, no. You can only have one active, but there is no cooldown on it. Because I know Roar is a very popular strategy because it affects the damage up for 2. Grouping is definitely useful if you want to group enemies up for the arc traps and things like that. And then, of course, when it comes to, like, replacing abilities, I think that there's a lot of potential either with getting rid of... I mean, really, ultimately, it depends on how you want to play her, I guess. Because you can get rid of the 1. You'll be losing your iframes, which I think is kind of a big loss. But if you don't find yourself using it, like if you're health tanking or something, it's a fine thing to drop. You can also drop the 3 if you find that you're mostly using the 1 to abuse shield gating and stuff, and that's how you're spreading ink, as opposed to using the 3 for that. And you can get rid of the 4 if you don't find it helpful, if you think it's carrying enemies away too much. The only thing I don't really think you'd want to drop on Foley is her 2, which makes sense because, like, that's her entire gimmick, right? Is all of the stuff that's in here. Even if I think in most situations, I'd say maybe 3 of these things are helpful, but that's just sort of my thought process with that, is I think that a lot of her sketchbook is, like, niche enough that I don't really know if it'll see much regular use, but it's also ultimately on the player if they want to take advantage of or ignore certain things. Anyhow, so, like I said, I don't think Foley is terribly complicated, all things considered. I think that, her sketchbook offers a lot of options, but they're not particularly complex, at least at face value, which is overall a good thing. It gives you a lot of potential to work with, which I think makes sense considering her theme. She's not super complicated, and it's mostly just getting used to all of the different stuff that she can do and knowing when you should use it. Most people will probably just spam arc traps, and, you know, that is what it is, right? I've also been using Enkhouse, the signature weapon for Foley, pretty much this entire time. It has a very strong synergy with Foley herself, but she's not necessarily needed for it. Let me move my... Actually, the range on this is so big. If I reset myself, will it go away? Okay. So, Enkhouse's alt fire, because it's an infinite ammo beam weapon, but it does have to be reloaded. Enkhouse's alt fire will douse enemies in ink, and when they're doused, 2 things happen. 1, you'll actually generate energy when shooting them. And 2, if they go below 35% HP, they just die. That's what that giant red crit is just at killing them. And then on Foley, the alt fire, like, this is where the strong synergy comes in. On Foley, the alt fire applies inked, which means that enemies are slowed and drop orbs. And abilities from Foley that apply inked will also have the execution mechanic and siphon ammo back into the magazine. I think this weapon is pretty strong. I currently have it set up for viral because it's innate corrosive, but I also think that you can do a lot with blast. I mean, it's a beam weapon, right? They generally perform very well with it. Does Shivering Contagion work? I would wager as much because, I mean, implying it didn't get fixed in this patch, which I don't think it did. The Shivering Contagion thing works on all sources of cold. Let me grab... what did I put it on originally? Was it Sweeper? Hold on. I don't know what any of... I think I was testing something with this. But generally speaking, that applies to all sources of cold, so I would wager the Coralizer is not any different. I like how he's just taking shots. Dude, look at them fucking smoke plume whenever he fires that. Holy shit. Yep, okay, it definitely works, because those guys all froze literally instantly. So yeah, that's not surprising. What are you using in your aura slot? Currently I have on Dreamer's Bond, just because I've been too lazy to format it. Is black powder? Yeah, I have resort to the sweeper mounted at the top of the stairs. So yeah, Enkhouse is a pretty solid weapon. I think that whether or not you'll enjoy it kind of depends on if you vibe with the feel. Its upfront damage is kind of low in exchange for its execution mechanic, but obviously there are solutions to that problem. I'll put it that way. In terms of, you know, damage buffs and things of that nature. The next thing I want to talk about in regards to the stuff from this update are the new weapons. Two of them are really good. I'll put it that way. So I don't actually know which setup I'm using on this slot for the Quanta. Okay. So these guys have a lot of armor, which will probably slow this down a lot. Let me just get like some crewmen. That'll make this easier to showcase because I won't have to deal with that. So Quanta is a little weird because it didn't really get any new gimmicks. Its cubes and whatnot are all still intact. The thing that it got was a massive buff to all of its stats. I'm currently using Blast on here, but the Quanta deals surprisingly high damage, and it has both solid crit and status chance. And I think that if you wanted to, you could definitely build into the cube. but I also think it works pretty well as just like a sort of like generic primer if you want to spread a lot of status effects. The cube has crazy status chance. Hold on. Let me clear these guys real quick. So I was experimenting with Crux and Deadhead. This is currently using Deadhead because the base damage affects blast. But you can even see, just with, when it comes to status chance mods, I've just got these three. The cube has 300% status chance. Now, the radial attack listed is quite small, but if you stack up multi-shot especially, so if I kill some dudes here, you all are going to witness some fuck shit. I'm just going to warn you now. Let me get these guys out of action real quick. Okay. Behold. The cube. Just wait for him to spread out. So, it's pretty cool. I quite like the Tenet Quanta, actually. I think that it's a lot of fun. It doesn't feel super different from the regular Quanta, but it does get some significant buffs. I guess the Vandal has higher status per projectile. That's interesting. But the Tenet variant is a solid hybrid weapon, and I like it quite a bit. Also, I have tried it with Overcharge for the cubes, and it is a lot of fun, if you're on a frame that can maintain it. If I could type. Next up is the Bubonico. This is another weapon that I think is actually quite good, and unlike basically every other Coda weapon... Also, it's not a shock weapon, no, you have to obtain it from a sister normally. But this actually has a gimmick. As you shoot it, the fire rate increases. I do have on Shotgun Barrage and Critical Deceleration, so that will affect things. But I also really like when you stop firing it, it plays like a sound effect, and then it's like it starts rewinding the firing noise if you listen to it. Yeah, I like that detail of it. So, the Coda Bubonico is fucking wild. This thing is super good. Because it's a shotgun, it takes advantage of Crux really easily. And the alt fire, you know, is a viral primer built in, but it can also just fucking kill things. So, if you want, you can use the primary fire just to prime for the alt fire, because it just deals a shit ton of damage. Just bonk this guy in the head. So, you know, it's decently effective. I also have tried with, like, a corrosive, which is quite good if you're fighting armor targets. This setup is currently using blast. But I was surprised that the Bubonico even got a Coda variant, because it was already a fairly popular weapon. But the Coda Bubonico is quite good. I don't think it's supposed to, as in the fire rate ramp. I mean, you know, it's pretty cool. Anyways. So, here's the thing that I think a lot of people will find heartbreaking. I don't like the Kuva Ghoul Saw. And I'll be honest, I don't even think it's the weapon's fault. I think this stance just fucking sucks. Leveling this thing for me was miserable because I think it's just so uncomfortable. The main changes when it comes to Kuva Ghoul Saw versus regular Ghoul Saw is it has a bump in attack speed, a 10% bump in critical chance, you know, a small bump in damage removed from the progenitor element, and a 5% bump in status chance. For a weapon that's this bad, I'm surprised that it only got this much of a bump statistically. And I'm gonna be honest, the attack speed bonus doesn't mean much. You know, we'll just buy a new conflict slot so I can show this real quick. So if I put it on, remember, this is a 1.2 attack speed. It's so fucking slow. If I use, like, the neutral block combo, it's just really slow, even with the attack speed increase. Now, granted, you have to keep in mind, that's the base attack speed, so I think this is with Magnetic Rush, but it's still just so fucking slow. And its damage just isn't very good, in my opinion. Especially because this combo, the forward, like, movement combo, the forward movement combo has no multipliers or forced procs or anything, and all the other ones that like do have that stuff are just really slow. So like, yeah, you can influence swap this weapon and it'll work fine, but so does like everything. If you build very heavily into attack speed, or you play on a Warframe like that has Warcry or something, I think that it'll be fine. But overall, I just don't like this weapon. And like I said, I don't think it's even necessarily the Ghoul Saw's fault. I think that the stance is just really awkward and really uncomfortable to use. What the... Dab just sent me an image of my stream. I'm guessing that's on his TV, and he's pointing at it with his foot? What am I witnessing? I'm sorry. Anyways. So yeah, I like the Quanta quite a bit. I like the Bubonico a lot. Not really a huge fan of the Kuva Ghoul Saw. I'm a little let down. For free? Look, I will not leak the Sabuchi feat pics. Anyhow. So yeah, I would say that overall my favorite weapon of this update is probably the Bubonico, and I would put the Quanta in second. When I was playing when I was leveling everything, I was using Harrow, because I thought that it was just a really easy option. He's a very good Warframe, so I didn't really have to try too hard to make my weapons work, and I had a lot of fun with it. I'm sorry, Ghoul Saw. I'd say maybe they'll buff you, but I know that's not how this fucking game works. Now, I do only have a 33% valence bonus. Maybe it'll be considerably better at 60. I don't really see that, though, to be perfectly honest. But yeah. So, lots of cool stuff in this update. Obviously, there is the very controversial thing, or I guess one of the main controversial things, that being Foley's game mode. They did make some significant changes to it. We'll go ahead and we'll load it up. They made some... And that sucks. Yeah, I think that's the thing. It reminds me of, So on the topic of Ghoul Saw, it reminds me of War Fans. For those who don't know, War Fans... Machetes actually had this too, but they were basically buffed as a category by making their stance... like, giving them a new stance. Because originally, when War Fans released, they only had Slicing Feathers, and Slicing Feathers kinda sucks. But then they released Votive Onslaught, and it was a massive buff to the entire category. It was the same for Machetes. Sundering Weave wasn't that good, and then they released Cyclone Kraken, and it was a buff to the entire category. So I can only hope that one day we'll get another stance, or they'll fix Butcher's Revelry. But honestly, like, the fixes they released to Wise Razor didn't even really help it that much. So I really don't feel like it's on the horizon, honestly. Anyhow, in regards to Foley's mission, overall, I actually think the mission's quite fun. Let me... yeah, it's over here. I don't know why the icon is so massive. It bothers me a little bit.
Master Kozai always said
the thing I appreciate about this mode, personally, is that it's something that finally... like, we have had modes that don't... Thank you for the 50 gift memberships. Okay, I have to ask. Whenever someone gives a bunch of memberships, I have to know, what country are you from? Because there's like 3 places that I could wager. The top 2 are Turkey and Argentina. We'll have to see. I mean, if it doesn't get lost in the messages or in the pop-ups, I might not see it. Argentinian? Okay. I couldn't quite remember. I always just assumed that it was Argentina until the Turkish meta started. Anyhow, thank you again, and congrats to everyone who receives one. Sort of talk about this game mode. I really do like the vibe of it a lot. The approach, I think, is really cool. I also think it's neat how the map is dynamic, and that sometimes certain rooms will be cut off. It's like a small thing, but I think it does make the game mode a lot more replayable. I typically try to find all of the canvases first, but just for the sake of Actually, if there's just no paint down here, then never mind. I guess I don't really have much of a choice. Turkish meta. Yeah, it is the Turkish meta. I will say, I don't really like this canvas spot that much. If a canvas spawns back here, I think it's super obnoxious to get, especially if Foley starts camping in the doorway. But I believe I was told, and this has been reliable for me so far, that one always spawns in the side rooms, one always spawns in like the atrium area, and one always spawns on the lower floor. So it's not typically terribly difficult to find them all if you're trying to go fast. I am surprised that I have not stumbled across any paint. There's normally some in this room.
Sometimes you don't know what it's going to be.
I also quite like the voiceover and the like analog aesthetic of it. I believe they showed that the recordings were actually done on like a real tape recorder, which I think was a really cool way to really sell the vibe. Okay, fucking finally, here we go. I also think the approach of kind of disarming you from your Warframe was also really like a really cool idea. I do think though that some of the enemy spawns are really obnoxious at times. But I didn't send it. Well, thank you for sparing me, I guess, Sab. There's one particular... Oh, Jesus. There's one particular enemy that I really don't like, and it's actually these guys, the Zealoids. My issue with them is that they're status immune for some reason, and I don't like that. It makes them extremely tanky. Ouch. In comparison to everything else. I find them to be super obnoxious for that reason. But... let me... hold on, I'm getting my ass beat. I should probably focus real quick. It's also just kind of good practice whenever you're moving around to keep an eye on your map, because you can find the Atramentum balloons that way. Hi, Foley. I also think they made a lot of really good changes to this mission, but there's one I don't really agree with, and that's that I don't think that you should be able to just make Foley go away. At the very least, if you can, I think that she should be considerably harder to make move. Maybe that's just me, but I really like the idea of having this, like, threat that you couldn't really ignore. And in her current state, you can just kind of make Foley fuck off. It's not really that difficult, which I'm not really a huge fan of. I also feel like the amount of enemies that end up spawning kind of takes emphasis off of Foley herself, which I find to be a little unfortunate. I feel like Foley is supposed to be, like, the main threat of this mission, and yet at times it really doesn't feel like she's a presence at all, because you can just get rid of her immediately. So I feel like, in a way, this mission is supposed to kind of be like Foley is the, like the Dead by Daylight killer almost, and yet they added these changes that make her completely ignorable compared to everything else. Like, oh, yeah, I forgot that she's going to start cutting areas off at this point. But she went from being, like, the biggest threat to just something that you can... Yeah, now she's gone. And I'm not really a huge fan of that. Now, I will say, I do think that there needed to be some mechanism to stop Foley from camping you. Because in certain, like, environments, she could just stand in the doorway, and you literally couldn't do anything about it. If she showed up in a certain spot, you literally could not get rid of her, and she could show up in a spot that was where the objective was, and you just couldn't do anything. And I think that that was a problem that deserved to be addressed. I think that the issue, though, is that it's way too easy to get rid of her. That's just my opinion, though. I think that overall, the wider community will probably be much happier that she's like this now, because you can just do that, and now she's not an issue. But I feel like the vibe of the game mode, in terms of, like, Foley is this giant threat you have to avoid, doesn't really work anymore. Which I don't love. Honestly, the random trash mobs are a way bigger threat than Foley herself these days. I haven't really been going for the balloons much, which is a mistake. There's a... okay, I was gonna say there's an ink thing up here. Anyhow, Yeah, overall, I don't hate this game mode. I know a lot of people really, really don't like it. And I understand that for some people, the pace change is probably far more frustrating than enjoyable. But personally, I am glad to have a game mode that doesn't feel like it emphasizes the same old things, right? And honestly, if you struggle with this mode a lot, Dante is a very good pick because his overguard helps to block Foley's nonsense when you're in your Warframe. So if you're struggling to deal with it, I think that that's a pretty good option, is to just slap on Dante and you should be okay. But I am unfortunately getting inked up. Go away, maybe? I should probably actually cast, there we go. Balloon. Anyhow. Decently present threat in the game mode. My issue with her personally is that, yeah, she only goes away for like 5 seconds, but if she shows up, you can just immediately get rid of her again. So it's like, I don't really think it even matters that much. I don't think she's much of a threat. Not even more than like her facsimiles, honestly. Because you can just immediately get rid of them. Thank you for the 5. If we're killing Foley, she should have damage attenuation. I don't really know if that would solve the problem, honestly. I mean, I guess it could.
Find me on the relay.
Yeah, like I said, I don't hate this game mode. I know a lot of people really, really don't like it. But check DMs. Okay, thank you for the 2. You equip 4 items in the arsenal and cycle through them like wisp modes. Okay, I see what you mean. Honestly, though, I disagree. I think that a big part of what makes Foley interesting is that you have all of these options. And even if you don't want to use them, they're there for people who do, no matter what. I think if you were limited to only 4 options for Foley's 2, then you would just kind of be hamstrung to only take the best stuff, which would kind of remove everything else from the sketchbook, functionally. Because, like, aside from, explosive barrels, the arc trap, and then maybe, like, the coralizer and the RPG, there'd be no reason to take anything else, which I think would be quite unfortunate. The other, of course, I've talked about this a lot already. The other major thing that this update added, and by far my favorite part of it, is the Guilty. This mission node fucking rocks. I've obtained the title and all of that jazz, and I'm actually currently working on a video that's going to be like an in-depth guide to the Guilty. The current thing with it, in terms of what I'm bumping up against, is it's going to be super long. Like, the current estimation for that video is it's going to be about 80 minutes, probably. So it's going to take a while to produce. Also, I will say, a lot of people have complained about the rewards for the Guilty, and I'm going to be honest, if you want to play the Guilty to grind it, you're totally missing the point. Because the thing about all of the super bosses, including the Guilty, is that they are not supposed to be farmed. That's not the point. They are supposed to be challenges that you overcome. That's where the fun is supposed to come from. You're not supposed to optimize them as a farming method. They're supposed to be a fun challenge. And I think that if you're going to focus on, well, why doesn't this give me more rewards to incentivize farming it, I think you're just completely missing the point of every super boss, to be frank. Any rewards at all, then? I don't think it's a problem for it to drop something. All of the other super bosses still drop their normal mission reward tables. But I think that it's like, if the focus is, well, why can't I grind it, right? That's the thing. The why can't I grind it mentality. Grinding it isn't really supposed to be the point. And I think that if they made it the optimal farming method, I don't really feel like it would have worked on like a conceptual level, I guess. Like I said, I don't think that you're supposed to be able to farm any of the super bosses. I think that there are things that you're supposed to battle and ultimately overcome, and then once you're done with them, you're kind of just done with them. But yeah, I've done the Guilty fight quite a few times now, and dude, I'm such an idiot. I thought that it would be a decently easy video to make. My script is 20 pages long, and that's not even counting the stuff from the Vanguard video I'm recycling. Isn't actual torture. Well, I think the thing is, if they were to make a non-super boss version of the Guilty, then there would be no reason to play the regular Perita Rebellion missions. I will say, so, you know, actually, I might as well pop in here. We'll grab Ember, because I had a loadout for her that was honestly just, shield gate spam that I was using. Let's just grab what I've been taking thus far. I might go ahead and just leave my companion off, actually. It makes Trinity a little bit easier to deal with. I also discovered a really cool bug the other day. So, here's the cool thing, right? Here's the cool thing. Trinity has an ability in one-tap permakill pets. Yeah, I'm aware. It's happened to me more than once. So, Trinity has an ability called Well of Life, where she casts it on either a player or a summon or something like that. I just realized, what focus school do I have on? Oh, it's Vazarin. Okay, hold up. Actually, I'll try and make this work. So here's the thing about Well. That's the wrong weapon. If Trinity hits the player with Well, you see how I have Well of Life? So Well has a mechanic where if an enemy dies in its radius, the target will be killed to save that enemy. This doesn't normally work on players, but if you're in your operator form and a Vanguard member dies in the radius of your Warframe, it kills your Warframe, which soft locks your game because you can't enter the pause menu. And if you die on your operator, you get stuck floating. So that's cool. Learned that one the hard way. Overall, though, I do really like this boss fight. I think it's very fun. Obviously, I'm kind of just fucking around here, but my strategy thus far has mostly revolved around dual Toxicist and Scourge. Scourge is insanely good for this boss fight, by the way. The only boss that doesn't really matter against is the Hunhalis, and I don't really think that matters because he's really easy. But against the Prime Vanguard, there's a very nice benefit to Scourge. Their basic attacks get caught in the bubble and they can't shoot you. That damage attenuation really do be kicking in. So you can just mag dump into their head without a care in the world. It is quite effective. I'm about to run out of, since I'm about to run out of Incarnate Charge, so Protea's probably going to heal for that. Okay, no, I stopped her in time. I think. Also, they made a few minor changes to the bosses, and honestly, some of them are fucking sinister. So, Protea's turrets stagger you now. In this version of the boss fight specifically, as far as I've tested, if you get hit by Protea's turrets, you will put your hands up to block them, which stops you from shooting. Mesa also has incredibly aggressive AI. She will shoot you regardless of distance, even if there are decoys present. So in the final stand phase, she's a huge threat if she doesn't have a Scourge bubble on her, because she'll just fucking snipe you. They also just turbo nerfed the ever-loving fuck out of Ashe in this update. I'm honestly kind of bummed out about it. Ashe is really weak. I would argue that now he's probably the weakest member of the entire Vanguard. Like, okay, watch this. Implying this hasn't been fixed, which it would be really funny if it has. Your fucking Shield Gate can block Blade Storm now. Why even make it a one-shot attack if you can block it with the Shield Gate? Genuinely, what's even the point? They nerfed the ever-loving shit out of all of Ashe's insta-kills, and I think it made him really lame. Because not only that, when he splits into his shadow clones and they dissolve, that one-shot is now also gone. Instead, he just hits you with a melee attack after he teleports behind you. And I honestly think that it was just... I understand why they removed the Shadow Clone one, even if I don't personally agree with it, because I think it was totally fine if you were paying attention. I understand why they removed it, but to remove the other one? Why? Just, like, legitimately why? It could make it too unforgiving. Well, here's the thing with nullification in this particular fight. Against the Vanguard, only revenge attacks can nullify you. So if you're paying attention, the nullification is extremely avoidable. In fact, I would personally argue that the nullification is by far at its biggest threat in the Dactylist fight, because a lot of the Dactylist's abilities can nullify you. But against the Vanguard and the Hunhalis, it's extremely easy to see coming the vast majority of the time. I'm probably about to die. Yeah, I was going to say, where's Mesa? In this phase, she's actually very scary. because of her ability to just very easily cross-map you. And so another thing about this boss fight that I should probably mention, all of the Vanguard members cast their abilities more often, which means that Protea likes to just spam her Temporal Anchor. You can see she's doing it again. So in this part, I kind of just leave her alone for a bit, because she just kind of farms healing, which I think is really annoying. So I just let her do her thing, and then I 1v1 her at the end of it. I don't really think it's worth trying to deal with her until she's the only one left. There's no revenge attack you have to deal with. I personally think Final Stand is still quite hard, just because you have to deal with so many Warframes at once, but I don't think it's terrible. The main threat for me is it's Trinity and Mesa. I think those two are very scary. I will say I'm probably gonna die here. I've done a lot of practice against the Dactylus to try and learn how this fight actually works, and there's a lot of interesting stuff to it, but there's a lot of massive threats, namely Firewall and Expulsors. Alright, well, Firewall's up first, I guess. This is what I have Kratos on for. Also, I know that he's gonna just get back up. I'm downing him basically just for breathing room. So, here's the important thing about the Dactylists. Here's a very important thing to know. This fight wants you to kill them both at roughly the same time, but you need to be careful about that, because the Dactylists have a mechanic that I've kind of discovered myself, and I have dubbed it Desperation. As the Dactylists get lower in health, their abilities become more dangerous. Ooh, that actually got me. So the thing about Desperation is it increases the amount of things that they can spawn, and that includes their Expulsor attack, which is really, really bad. Where's the next Firewall? I was gonna say they spawn in batches of 4. Okay, this guy likes to just keep dodging. I was gonna say, the next one should be spawning, the fuck? Okay, I need to kill this guy just because he's doing Tailspin. Also, both Dactylists have access to the Phase 2 batch of reinforcements, which are really dangerous. And not to equal health? Yeah, I agree. The fact that it's a flat half health is pretty annoying. Attacks and whatnot. I don't think that the Vanguard should be retired, but it would be cool to see them be designed in sort of the same style. Okay, he's doing Marrow Ticks first. That's actually pretty good, but I need to deal with the Coralists. Oh, he's gonna laser me. Nope. Fuck you. I don't think that the Hunhalist is a joke like he is normally, but I'm not gonna lie. This fight is easily the most manageable. But I do think that a lot of the changes they made to it were really good changes. Like, the fact that you can only use Marrow Tick grapples. Ooh, are the Coralists back? Shit, I didn't notice. The Coralists are extremely dangerous. I'm gonna get nullified, but it's fine. The thing about the Coralists is they shoot tracking projectiles that deal a shit ton of damage. So if they spawn, you need to get rid of them, like, immediately. Oh, this attack is free as fuck. Hold on. He just dumps a bunch of shots into the middle. You can literally just ignore this. If you just stand out at the edges... Well, I mean, unless these guys spawn. Uh-oh. I was gonna say that means that my frame is dead, which is not good. Why are you invincible? Oh, he was standing behind the Hunhalist's leg. Also, as you reduce the Hunhalist's health, it will spawn more Marrow Ticks with each batch. So that's something good to know. I also do like the change that was made to this phase with the drones, but the problem is that Amisha is just overpowered as shit, so you can completely ignore it. Like, for whatever reason, Amisha's first ability even blocks the nullification effect from the head laser and the orbs. So if you just sit there and do nothing, it doesn't matter, which I think is really lame. I also feel like the head laser should track the player. Like, I feel like the Hunhalist should actually try to hit you. He doesn't really... I don't know. This phase is definitely better with the lasers that you have to dodge. but he doesn't really fight back much still, which I think is really unfortunate. It makes this phase kind of lame. Really, I think that a lot of it, though, is just that Amisha is a massive problem. This thing is like a balanced catastrophe. I have to wait for a little bit of my ammo to come back. Return to Odonata. Maybe I do need to return to Odonata. There are also different patterns where you can have different, like numbers of drones try and shoot you, and I think that's also pretty cool. You know, like, there are like 1 to 2 lasers taking shots at me, and they're charging much faster than when they were charging up like 3 to 4 of them. I think that's cool. Thank you for the 5, Mr. Kill Jr. Loving the road rash sizzle. Beat you listen to me when it comes to battle damage drip. You should try it out on some frames. I have yet to purchase the Grendel and Gauss bundle. The YouTuber income is sparse. So we, in terms of deluxe bundle platinum, that is off the table. And focus more on dodging. I mean, that's fair, but I'll be honest with you. If you have Amisha, you don't need to dodge. Literally, I was dodging just for the love of the game. You can just sit there and you'll be fucking fine. It's actually a travesty. Nothing can hurt you if you have on Watchful Swarm. You have gifts open? No, and I prefer to keep them off. I think that people gifting me stuff because I'm a content creator leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So I deliberately leave it off because I don't want people to gift me stuff because of my, like, perceived elevated position, I suppose. But yeah, the Guilty fight is a lot of fun. I've done some testing with my setup for Dual Toxicist. I found that Acuity is better for DPS than Multi-Shot if you are able to hit enemies in the head. If you're not able to hit them consistently, then it's much more worth it to go for Multi-Shot. Scourge is also incredibly good in this fight for its headshot bubbles, especially against the Vanguard. The only Vanguard member whose basic attack doesn't get blocked by it is Volt, because he holds down his Corvus by his hip, so it will not get caught by the bubble, but all of the other basic attacks do. And then Praetos is here for Evolved Ascension, because it lets you jump the firewall more easily. The worst designed super boss. I honestly disagree. I think he's very chaotic. How'd you do it with Caliban? Ultimately, well, when I was doing it on stream and I kept getting my ass kicked, what I really needed to do was take a fucking nap. After that, it wasn't difficult. Caliban actually has a really interesting advantage in that his Sentient Wrath actually works. Absolute banger night. Shitty pizza? Damn. Okay, where's the pizza from, Deezer? Is it like a frozen pizza? Or, like from a restaurant? Dude, I am not used to having this much parkour velocity. Dominoes? Okay, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. Why did you put it that? What the? Anyways, we're gonna move forward. We're gonna move forward. Why is it not the Vanguard members? So, I understand it for a few of them. Trinity, Volt, and Protea all already had glyphs, but I do think it's weird that several others, didn't. Hold on, let me find the fucking code. Let me pull up the fucking wiki image real quick. You can bet your ass I do not remember it off the top of my head. I have not done this fight in quite a while. It's this thing, and then it's the fucking tornado. Not that one, this tornado. And then it's the, I don't know, lollipop-looking things. There we go. And then it's the fucking weird triangle. And then I guess for this one I could just spin it as much as I want, right? I guess not. There we go. Uriel didn't have a glyph. Yeah, it's really weird that Uriel has no glyph, despite the fact that he's needed to unlock the mission node. I thought that was a really weird decision.
Foolish Tenno, do you realize your notice has sent you to die?
Anyhow, this strategy is also actually very effective against Vor. Hold on, I gotta relocate. His Scourge, as far as I can tell, does still go through the bubble, so it's not like the Vanguard where you can just stop him from doing his basic attacks. Vor is squishier than a lot of the other super bosses in exchange for the fact that he is, like, ridiculously fast. Yeah, he is extremely mobile. Is Trinity in the base boss fight now? No, she is not. She is a guilty exclusive mechanic. I don't have any energy, so I kind of appreciate these guys showing up. I say as they just fucking torch my health bar from across the room. This setup is a little more optimized for the guilty, so it's not fantastic for this, but it's okay. It's okay. We work with it. We work with it. We soldier on. I accidentally void procced him that was not his head, killing myself. Okay, there we go. I believe in this phase, only Vor's lightning and his balls will nullify you. So if you remain aware of that, then it's not terrible. Of course, his lightning covers a shit ton of the room, but just use Scourge. Shoot in the general direction of his head. Try not to get immediately torched. Ideally. That is suboptimal. Why no Konobron? I don't know. I didn't make the glyphs. I guess that was just what they wanted. Ah, shit. I forget that, especially with the increased parkour velocity, I gotta be very careful with this. Yeah. It's a little awkward. Secretly, the hardest part of the whole boss fight is this fucking room. I have no idea how I cleared that.
You and I were destined.
I've only been using Zatas the entire time. I'm doing this on Ember, who lacks a lot of options. I'll be honest, I've been using Zatas and Fireball Frenzy because Ember isn't very good. At least not for this. He doesn't have an Accolade glyph in this context. Hi there. So that's, like, there's no reason to do it this way. I'm just bringing in my loadout from the other one. I think it mostly matters when you're doing the Accolade glyphs. Because there, like, the individual choice matters a lot more. Where am I? Okay, I'm over here. Hey, Vor. Maybe I shouldn't have done it like that. Ouch. Ooh, I'm probably about to die. The main thing with this phase, honestly, the orbs need to be destroyed immediately because they spawn these little seeking projectiles that nullify you on hit. Why is that one not breaking? Oh, because it was already one of the projectiles. But yeah, I typically go into my operator for that just because I find it easiest to pick them that way, but one of the nullifying... Nope, that's the wall you can't wall hop off of. Oh, I'm actually probably cooked? Because you can't wall hop off of this one fucking random wall for some reason. It's okay. I don't know why that happened. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not worrying about anything. So, it's all okay. My frame got magnetic procced again. I've worked. He's actually just bitch slapping me with Cronus. Hello? Okay, well... Because honestly, I would actually recommend playing around wall hopping. It's a pretty useful mechanic to take advantage of in this fight. But the problem is you have that one stupid fucking spot where for whatever reason, it just doesn't work. Push him into his next phase already, please. This is the main thing that makes Vor tricky, honestly. I don't even think that he's, like, difficult in terms of his damage out, or his mechanics necessarily. It's that he just takes fucking forever to kill because he's super mobile. Dude, I'm just gonna use Bazzer and Dash for this part. I don't even care. Block him with my fucking gun shield. Hello, Vor. Yeah, I think Vor's mobility is what makes him such a pain in the ass. Which Scourge really helps with, to be honest. What the fuck Electra rocked me there? Can this break? Thank you. Okay, I was gonna say I need the headshots, but he's in a... not standing where I would like him to, which is a little inconvenient. I will say something I really don't like about this fight, personally, is I wish that Vor would more consistently, like, actually be in the line of sight of the player. I feel like a lot of the times he'll just teleport to a spot where you can't really see him, which is really annoying. Shield gate abuse is really winning the day on this one, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, well the floor is gone, but that's fine. He's dead, I guess. Goodbye. Because he uses the Mighty Seer. Don't get me wrong. I'm actually gonna get fucking fried by an Arson Eximus.
Stay focused. There's a heavy...
I also will say, I have on Kratos still because of the Guilty loadout earlier. But the turrets, the cannon batteries, they can be armor stripped. So if you have a Vastalock or something, you can armor strip them with that, which makes them much, much easier to kill. I'm playing like a fucking ape over here because I keep looking at my chat. On super bosses, it depends on the frame, but the main issue with them, honestly, is like, if you get nullified... Okay, it's kind of a two-pronged thing. Nullification hurts both DR and shield gating against super bosses, because you can't naturally regenerate your shields as long as you have a magnetic proc applied to you, and on top of that, you also can't, you know, use your ability-based shield gating buttons, because you're nullified. The thing is... Okay, I'm going to learn you all something real quick. Here's a bit of forbidden knowledge that I'm going to talk about in the upcoming video. This mod is broken as shit, and that's for one major reason. You see how it says 1.33 second full shield gate duration? That's a lie. Unlike basically every other normal source of shield gating, whenever your shields break with catalyzing shields, you will get the full duration no matter what. Normally how it works is you will only get the full duration if your shield is actually full. With catalyzing shields, you get it no matter what your quantity of shields is. So, if you regenerate even just one shield, you'll have the full gate duration. So I stack that with shield recharge delay, so my shield comes back in 0.2 seconds. Which is pretty effective, all things considered. And then I have brief respite as like a redundancy thing. Also, Arcane Ice is here for Firewall. When you're fighting the Dactylist, if you touch Firewall, you die. It deals so much damage, it will just kill you with the heat proc. So Arcane Ice is really valuable for surviving contact with Firewall if you struggle to dodge it. Because, it's also helpful against Inferno, I guess, but it's mostly helpful against Firewall. For these bosses, not really in my experience, because they have so much damage reduction and just so much health. It also, it scales with levels specifically, as far as I'm aware, though maybe I'm wrong about that. After the boss, true. Yeah, I've been using Ember purely because that's just what I have the loadout for on her already, but thoughts on Stug Incarnate? I mean, I think it's cool, but I'm not like a huge Stug enjoyer, so I don't know. I'll use it and I'll make up my mind after the fact, right? Once I play with it. Of the Roth fight changes, the only one I'm aware of is the Demonium thing. Scales with HP, not level. Give us Chudling. I mean, I can hit the button. I guess I can just show this now in regards to the Guilty fight. God, why the fuck is it its own button? You get one shot, but it deals true damage. Just the fan service of dropping in as Foley on the harder boss variants. Not so far as I'm aware. But, like, if I spawn this in, it doesn't really do a ton. I think a lot of that is the damage attenuation. Great late armor dual tox assist. I personally have been finding a lot of success with dual tox assist. Ultimately, use what works best for you, but that's what I've been playing around. I think they're neat. The new Signas are very cool. I like how they're kind of like face plates. I think it was a really cool decision. I was thinking Vor. Oh, against Vor, I believe it's the same way. Return to Odinata. Yeah, if you actually want to try against the Hunhulis, if you want to risk defeat once you make it into the final phase, you can slap that shit on. I don't have either of them. It's probably going to look really bad with this fashion, but I think they're very cool. Yeah, like the face mask angle of both of them is really sick. Have alt fire? Well, the sniper rifle doesn't really have alt fire though, because the zoom only works if you're ADSing already. So I guess Ballistica. No, Ballistica doesn't have an alt fire because the 4-round burst thing on Rakta Ballistica is just if you're not AD or if you're not charged. I think it's just Stug, and I'm not sure if they're just gonna remove it at that point. Honestly, for other super bosses, nope. Status immunity does not block the magnetic procs, including Arcane Nullifier. Unfortunately, you just have to deal with it. Would be a horrible challenge. So, modless Apex bosses, I don't even know if that would be realistically doable with if you have no mods on anything. If you have no mods on your Warframe, yes, I think it would be doable, but very difficult. No mods on your weapon? I don't think you'd have enough time, because you'll stack up so much of cascading fragmentation you'll just die.
Operator, the system needs you. Will you begin another mission?
By spamming Healing Flame? That's an incredibly specific scenario I've been given. Unmodded Incarnate? I'm not sure if that would honestly... I mean, maybe it would work? I guess it depends on the weapon. No HUD 60 eyes. I am not dealing with this bullshit again. Does it go through Protective Dash? Yes. The enhanced magnetic procs and super bosses go through basically everything. Now, if you're referring to the debuff as in Cascading Fragmentation, no. Cascading Fragmentation will be blocked by, that kind of thing. The problem is that I'm pretty sure it gets so high it will kill you in one tick if it happens. So you'd have to literally remain in your, 5-second window, as long as possible, right? Or as consistently as possible. Also doesn't work on the Guilty Y. Well, I didn't make the game, so I can't tell you for sure, but I think I can give you a decent guess, because Nullifier would completely remove one of the major mechanics from the fight. I talked about this in the hot take video.
Ready for action.
But the nullification effect from the bosses, I think, serves a very distinct purpose. In a game like Warframe, where you can... become literally invincible, the question I feel like you have to encounter as a dev is, how do we punish the player for being hit by the boss? Because if, under normal circumstances, plenty of Warframes do not give a shit. The boss's attacks are completely ignorable. And if you're trying to force the player to actually engage with the boss, then obviously that doesn't work. So the nullification, I think, serves the point of making it so that if you actually get hit by the boss, there is a tangible downside. And it's only on specific attacks, unless you're the Dactylist, where it's on almost all of them, but that's besides the point. For Vor, I believe it's his lightning, his electric, spheres, his laser sweep, and his, the seeking projectiles that he spawns. The tank, I know, is the slime in both phases, its main cannon, and I think it's slam attack. And then the fragmented one is most of its non-basic attacks, but they're all super telegraphed. Just melee-only runs? I mean, you probably could, but Guilty feel BS. I don't think that the Dactylist is unfair, honestly, but I do think that the Dactylist is by far the hardest of the three, for sure. And a lot of that comes down to a lot of it comes down to the fact that you have to fight two of them, especially with Desperation being in effect for both of them. Because as they get lower, they'll both use their abilities more often. And if you have them both on low HP, the fight very quickly gets extremely chaotic. I'm not really a huge fan of... Okay, I don't know if anyone here even knows how the Dactylist actually works, so I don't think that this criticism is going to mean literally anything to anyone when I say this, but the fact that both Dactylists can use the Expulsor's attack I think is really lame. Because the Dactylists, for those who don't know, have an attack called Expulsors, where they spawn these little eyes that lock onto you and track you, and then after like 8 seconds, they shoot you, and in the Guilty version of the fight, they deal pretty negligible damage, but they do magnetic proc you, which is what makes them a threat. You can destroy the Expulsors by shooting them, but the problem is each Dactylist can spawn its own batch of Expulsors. And if the Dactylists are both on low HP, they will each spawn 4 Expulsors at the same time. So you have 8 of them to deal with, and on top of that, all of their other attacks, because once they deploy Expulsors, they can just go back to doing whatever. It's the same with Firewall. When Firewall is active, you just deal with the boss and Firewall. They're not stuck to that attack. They just start it, and then they can do whatever they want. So it's very dangerous to find yourself in a situation where you have Firewall active, and both Dactylists have spawned 4 of them each, right, for the Expulsors. Because trying to juggle shooting the Expulsors, dodging the wall, and dodging the attacks, I think would be... like, that scenario is really difficult, which is why I normally try and burst one Dactylist down, like, immediately, just to remove it from the fight so I don't have to worry about additional Expulsors, and I will just keep killing it whenever it comes back, as fast as I can. Now, I will say, while I do think Dactylist is the hardest, I think that the easiest thing that you can, like, the easiest way to handle it is just to get rid of them. This is why I had originally checked if I had Vazarin equipped. If you have Thara fully upgraded, it can just skip the majority of this fucking boss fight for you, just straight up. For face tanking Vor, I wouldn't really recommend face tanking Vor at all, but I haven't really, like, compared either strategy, I suppose. I also feel like face tanking Vor is, again, just kind of refusing to engage with his mechanics. So, something important to note about... I was going to say, which one was the real Ash? Important thing to note about this fight... I think the wiki has this wrong currently, but as far as I've tested... Oh, she's going to bless. I can't hit her because of the... Hold on. There we go. That's the main downside of using Scourge in this fight, is... weak spots can be a little bit harder to hit. I have none of my damage buffs active. I don't even care, Ash. I really don't. So I can use my Tower on Strike. You know, prime these guys. And then once it's over, if I... Well, that's going to hit me. Hold on. Yikes. As far as I've noticed, at least. Because the wiki says... Also, yeah, they changed Volt's shield in this version of the fight so that it takes 2 shots to break each weak point, and they can regenerate now if you don't break them fast enough, which is a little dicey. Probably should have just wasted my Tower on Strike to show this, actually. I'm kind of a massive idiot. Get rid of Volt real quick. Inaros Incarnate, Fierce Cardinal Persistence. Well, if Vor nullifies you, then Persistence wouldn't work, presumably. I suppose it would still work as long as it's active. I do wonder... Also, they nerfed Thara? No, they didn't. Thara has not been nerfed. Honestly, in this fight, though, it's by far the best option. Like, it's not even close. Let me just go ahead and deliberately waste it. Nope. Okay. So I need to let that do its thing real quick. That's fine. We'll survive. Now we just need to get rid of Ember. I don't know why I dodged that. Ashe is currently bugged and his revenge attack does nothing. So, you notice how I killed Ember and my Tauron Strike is charging again? The wiki currently has it listed, and it's kind of a common misconception that each individual round of this boss fight gives you a Tauron Strike. That's not true. Against the Vanguard, every time you kill a Vanguard member, your strike starts charging again. And that includes in the normal version of the fight now, too. So, if you kill, like, one in a duo fight and you're not able to kill the other, you can just use... Oh shit, that was stupid. You can just use your Tauron Strike. Very stupid at best. Now, I don't think that it being locked behind Uriel makes gauging the Tauron Strike thing a problem, personally. I think the problem with gauging a Tauron, like the Tauron Strike effectiveness in this game mode is... Ooh, that was not what I meant to do. Simply put, if you're going to feed players constant Tauron Strikes, no shit they're gonna use them. Like, I feel like looking at usage stats and being, oh, players are really using Tauron Strikes in this mission. Like, yeah, fucking duh. You're handing them out like candy. Of course people are gonna be using them. I feel like the justification of we're not making any changes until we see their usage in the Guilty is just really flimsy. I don't know why they decided that's... Well, I'm actually about to die. I don't know why they took that approach. I'm deliberately avoiding using my Tauron Strike because I want to show something, but it is... I'm kind of suffering for it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of suffering for it. Where are you? No. Ooh, ow. Hold on. I think I'm being shot by Mesa. Yep, there she is. This is not going great compared to my last run, but, you know, that's fine. Okay, I guess her weak spot just didn't exist anymore. That's great. Let's go for Ashe next, or at least we'll try to. Probably shouldn't abandon my Warframe while she still has a buff active, because then she'll just get farmed. Okay, who the fuck am I even shooting at right now? Caliban? Okay. Hold on, actually, no, I take it back, I take it back. This bitch needs to go. Hello, Caliban's Orthalists from the hit boss fight, the Prime Vanguard. What the fuck is my Scourge Bubble even latching onto against the Orthalists? I don't even think they have heads. Okay, let me just... Ow. And he really took that personally, I guess. I mean, I suppose I did kill his children, but I try not to think about it that way. I think it's unsavory when I confess to my crimes, so I give her a cognitive dissonance. That's the strategy I employ, personally. There's still an Ortholist alive. I'm just going to deal with Caliban because he's the easiest. Volt can be kind of a pain in the ass, especially if your Incarnate Charge wears off. We should get out of those. Oh, is the stream... Are we dropping frames? I don't know if the stream has died or not. My chat is not moving, and my stream preview is frozen. Well, that's concerning. YouTube? Oh, my preview has crashed. Wake up. Joe Biden. Wake up. OBS says I'm still connected. Hello, YouTube? Why are you so slow? What's the problem here? Sorry, everyone. If the stream is still live, this is probably not a particularly entertaining viewing experience. My stream view pane is just white. It's just completely white. Huh. Well, I don't think that's supposed to happen. Maybe I can just navigate to it through this? It won't even let me refresh it. It's just broken. What if I do it like this? Are we good? Okay. Okay, there we go. I guess it wanted me to do I had to peanut butter and jelly the long way my way through this. Anyways, back to what I was trying to talk about. This is taking me way fucking longer than it did last time. Unfortunately, this is because I am dog shit at the game. Peanut butter and jelly the long way? Yes. Okay, this is what I was trying to show off. Once out, Protea dies. So, the thing with the Dactylus is you can just skip this entire part of the fight. All you have to do is this. Prime them both with Viral and drop Thara on top of them. If you combine this with like your regular DPS, you're able to just kill them both. Honestly, I don't even know why you can do that. I don't even really think there's a point in me finishing this boss because I showed what I want to show, but, you know, why not? I'm just hating for the love of the game at this point. Oh, right, the Merotics. Could I fucking hit them? Oh my god. Oh, I'm so bad. I'm actually getting dive bombed. I am the first person in recorded history to actually get hit by a Merotic. Huh, his foot just didn't shoot any of its grenades out that time. That's weird. Oh, he's gonna do the outer laser. Okay, so yeah, then I gotta move. Also, good thing to know, if you have void damage ammo from the grapple points, you can kill the Corylus this way too. Zata's does not work for that, but the void ammo from the grapple specifically does, which is really nice. I don't think that actually transformed. That's fake and gay. Oh, okay. Yeah, the game likes to bug out sometimes when he starts this attack and just give him his whole health bar back. I think he should lose it upon touching the ground again. Yeah. For this. Amisha's the best, but you can do it on any Arcwing if you, like, dodge. I don't know why I'm sprinting. I was gonna say, that's just gonna make this harder for myself. Any lore implications? Honestly, not really. Like, I think the most important lore implication is that presumably the Drifter is in control of Varuna, but, like, a lot of people are like, guys, Victor died. 1999 is a loop. Victor will come back in the next loop. He's probably died, canonically, many times. It doesn't really mean anything. Victor's death is inconsequential because it's a closed loop. He'll just come back the next time. I'm pretty sure that there's even a discussion you can have with Letty about that. Varuna was made in Holvania? I don't understand how you'd arrive at that conclusion. We know from her lore what Varuna was for. Let me see the trailer. I mean, you can watch it on their channel. I don't think there's really much of a point in me commentating over it.
Then and now. Well done, my child.
Whenever they get bored. Could have been executed. Okay, I'm not sure if you're just bullshitting me or not at this point. I feel like the entire point of Varuna killing Victor was to parallel her killing Tuvol with like her original lore. That's all that matters. I'm surprised it took him this fucking long. He will have been asking for that for so many years now.
Interest you.
Why is the... Whatever. What the fuck ever, dude.
I see.
Deep dive on this shit. I don't understand how you arrived at this conclusion. I really don't. Doesn't float when moving. Not sure why they did that, or for Caliban. I do think it's a little weird. You know, I should probably... I've been live for an hour and a half. I should probably actually do my weeklies. That'll be something to do while we talk about stuff. I should probably be working more on the Guilty video, but I'm a little burnt out. I think I pushed myself a little too hard. Because I spent, I think, like the day after the update came out, and for the few days after it, I was spending like 8 hours a day working on that video for like note-taking and writing and recording and all that stuff. So I kind of wanted to stream today as just like,
Hey, did you hear, Tenno?
like a little bit of a break. In the skybox. I don't think you see Earth in the Lua Void skybox. I think I'd have to play the second dream again for that.
Stand up straight. Well,
Hi, Varzio.
good luck. Well, lucky for you, I've got a hot.
For so long. I am bummed that isn't coming next. Vectis is cool, but I feel like Tigress deserved one the most.
Time to go to work.
But they can't. Damn. In the whole Ventus skybox. I do think I am curious about her cosmetics and whatnot as well, because the little we've seen of them seems pretty cool. I also really like the look of Dante's skin. They really play into like the owl angle. You are my enemy. It's a single shot sniper rifle. What's so wrong about the Vectis? It's not even that good.
I stumbled across an Orokin codex that said this tower was known for its beautiful Iatan treasures.
Totally detached from the voting.
Also known
I'm not really sure, honestly, in terms of how they had actually planned that. Like Mesa's heirloom. Honestly, I feel like at this point the heirloom skins are just the Gooner program. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the fuck? What's going on here? For no reason? You know, I respect that.
Don't look now,
It's
tin
called
stuff.
fan service.
There's
Yeah, I'm aware it's called
and
fan
nearby.
service, also known as gooning skins. That's what I said.
Bring it home.
It is the gooning skin series. It is the gooning skin series. We got Ember out here. Full cheeks on display, okay? We've now got Mesa coming up, and she's in the boots. What's going on? What's going on? Warframe players be out here trying to... It's like Sabuchi's video where he made the controller, where he could control the game with his dick. Maybe there's money in that, actually. I think Sab was onto something with that one, considering the direction things are going. Fuck, dude, I think he knows what's up.
Heavy unit approaching.
You listen here, cool kid? I don't believe you, Stelios. You're fucking lying. You're fucking lying. Do we want to fuck them? I will say, I do think the skins are still cool. I don't think that they have, like, no design qualities that are redeeming outside of gooning. But I still think that they are the Gooner skins. And honestly, it's like, I don't particularly care. I just think it's funny to point out. I don't know, if you're over here jacking it to the heirlooms, I really don't give a fuck, honestly. But I think it's funny to be like, look, they're the Gooner skins. Little shit. It's because you're gooning, Salios. It's because you're jacking it. Hope the Incarnate is good. I am curious how they're going to do the Vectis is Incarnate. Also, someone asked about this poster. I think it's just one of the regular displays. Default image. It's one of the pieces of art you can find in here. Is it just one of the fan art things? Huh. Because there's a lot of interesting stuff in here. What the fuck is going on with Below the Thunder? Yeah, it's this fan art piece. I'm just looking. I mean, in comparison to the others, I feel like Frost and Mag were like the least Gunnar heirlooms. I don't know if I actually ever made a fashion with these. I don't think I did. Yeah, Frost heirloom is pretty sick. I mean, he has, you know, the abs going on, right? But I don't think we're too far into Goon territory. Mag's is pretty cool. Unfortunately, you can't get either of these anymore because DE just forgot. They just forgot and decided they were going to make the worst mistake they ever made in the history of this game, which was making Excalibur Prime exclusive. They were just going to do it again because, like, why not? Were made just for the Goon. I don't think the proto frames are necessarily Gooner material. Okay, the Devil's Triad. That one's a little, maybe.
Operator? Is that a pun?
Mag isn't a Gooner frame? Okay, here's the horrifying thing. I didn't think Mag was a Gooner frame too, but you want to know what makes her a Gooner frame? The hole in her feet. Dude, I wish I was fucking joking. I made a comment about this once, and both Sab and Darth Muffin were like, cool kid, Mag is a Gooner frame because of the feet. The wrenched toes, literally. I hate it so fucking much. I hate it so fucking much. It's so ass. It's so ass. Are her hooves? These are not hooves. I see what you mean, but I feel like the gap is too large for them to be hooves. Like, these are hooves. Mag's got the wrench toes. Does Oberon have hooves? I actually don't remember. I feel like he would. They're not split, but yeah, he does. He has hoof heels. That's interesting. Dude, why does Oberon's noble with the spear gun? I don't know if he's aura farming or if he looks cunty. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I'm a little... It's like 50-50 between aura farming and drag queen. What do we think? Where do we think this idol sits on the scale? Both? I'm just seeing, yeah, a lot of both. He's aura cunting. Okay, I guess the consensus is he's doing both. He's aura farming and he's serving at the same time. Aura gaming drag queen. Those back in the game, they're not beholden to... Since they're Canadian. As far as I'm aware, there are exclusivity laws in Canada that block them from reintroducing them. To my understanding, which is admittedly quite rudimentary. He's hitting the lesbian pose. You want to see the lesbian pose. This motherfucker is hitting the lesbian pose. Uriel is a lesbian icon, okay? Uriel is a lesbian icon. Because of this pose. Araxia is also a lesbian icon. You are actually real for that. She is also hitting the lesbian pose. Uriel's a lesbian icon. I'm just spitting facts. You're welcome to disagree with me, but you're not correct. I'm sorry. I wish the lesbians were real. I didn't know that they were fake. Did the horses get them all when joining the stream? But yeah, sure. Hello, Kai. Welcome. We're talking about some bullshit. You know, Chad, I have an important philosophical question for you. Which Warframe do you think is the strongest lesbian icon? Like, if you had to pick one Warframe, if you had to pick what happened to Lebanon, fucking hell. If you had to pick one Warframe to be a lesbian icon, who do you think? Who do you think? Why have I seen Limbo multiple times? Ildrin? Letty? I mean, Letty's a proto-frame. Noko? Can she confirm to be a lesbian? I mean, if you take the pride glyphs and stuff as canon. What? I see so many limbos. Okay, hold up. Is it because he also hits the lesbian pose? Wait a minute. I think you all might be onto something. You all might be onto something. Dude, why? Dude, look at his fingers. Shit, maybe he might be a lesbian. The way he moves them. He's skilled. He's dexterous. He's dexterous. I think you guys are right, actually. I think Limbo might be a lesbian icon. I have to ring up Sci-Fi. I have to ring up Sci-Fi Freak. I think he would know. I think he would know. Honorary lesbian. Inaros Agile. I guess I don't really use the Agiles much. This one, it looks like he got fucking smashed over the head with like a 2x4. Dude, this is the fucking scoliosis. This is the fucking scoliosis animation set, dog. They turned him into a staircase. What the fuck? Look at the fucking angles on this motherfucker, dude. Holy shit. They beat the shit out of that guy. That's fucking domestic incident. Only lesbians use Tumblr? A lesbian pose? I mean, I could see that. Honestly, Valkyrie Carnifex is also a good pick. She's not holding her hands out enough. I think that's the main difference. She's not really holding her arms out enough. Try Corvax. Well, I mean, Corvax has the, he's like flexing almost, right? I don't think this is quite lesbian pose because the arms aren't out far enough. I don't feel like this would count either because he's so bent over. The lesbian pose image, it's like Uriel, right? They have to have their hands like outwards like this. Limbo Master already became a lesbian? Shit. We're really figuring out some important lore things. By 80 viewers? Perhaps. The lesbian... Okay, let me find... Do I still have this in my stuff folder? No, but I do have this. So that's good. Dude, fuck. Where is the lesbian pose image? Yeah, I'm just gonna search for lesbian in my downloads. Okay, so that's not it. I could show this image on stream, but no one's gonna get the joke. Fuck, where is the lesbian pose image? Hold on. Hold up. Here's a Reddit post about it on Explain the Joke, which... That's just how you know it's some good shit. The lesbian pose, yes. Not lesbian. Lesbian pose. Okay. I'm referencing this meme. I don't know where it comes from, but it's this meme. I also just want to say I love that Infinite is here in the top right, because it's just so bewildering to me that, you know, they're present. So, that's what started that joke. So yeah, this is the lesbian pose. Why am I not doing any idle animation? I just like, yeah, I was gonna say you can kind of transfer the idol. Oh, he just spins it. Okay, it's not that complicated. What Warframes do you ship? Well, I mean, they're all aboard my ship, technically. That's how they get here. I guess, in a sense, that would be all of them. You know, Luna's a lesbian. If you make shit up, yeah, I guess. What about Hunhulis? I can see that. Titania? Ooh, actually, Titania is a good point. Yeah, I think Titania hits the lesbian pose. I think you're right. I think you're right. I like how I'm slowly bleeding viewership as I talk about this topic. That's fair. Someone mentioned Daggett. Now, Daggett doesn't hit the lesbian pose, but, like, look at the way she moves her fingers. She's like a... How do I put this? She has experience. She doesn't need to use the pose. Because you can just tell. Look at that. You can just tell. She is canonically bi. For Daggett, that is actually true. That is actually true. What wings are on here? Titania. It is a Tenogen Cyandana? Yeah, sorry, it's called. Fits very well with this particular skin. I quite like Empress. It's a little unfortunate because I also think that a lot of her other skins are really cool. Not with this color scheme, but... Is Hunhao lesbian? I don't think so. Well, considering that we all know that Hunhao canonically can give birth, that certainly enters some questions into the picture. You know what I'm saying? Not emo black blobs. I have a very particular style when I fashion my Warframes. I typically do white, black, and then a specific, like, dominant color, and then some metallic accent color. It's honestly pretty generic, but, you know, I try to mix it up enough. Oh no, that's my ugly-ass normal Gauss. Yeah, like with this skin, it's mostly black and white. Why? Oh, did they fuck up the materials on this?
Some fascinating choices.
Oh, this is heartbreaking, dude. They fucked up the materials on this. Now this particular black isn't actually black anymore. How could they do this to me? How could they do this to me? This color looks so washed out now. They fucked up my Gauss fashion, dude. They fucked up my Gauss fashion. Damn. Originally, this particular black was way darker than the others, but, I guess it's gone now. Also, for people who don't realize, this is the darkest black in the entire game. And that's as dark as it gets for this. It used to be even darker. But, I guess they must have fucked it up. Because, yeah, it's not changing no more. Which is, quite unfortunate. Damn. Well, I'm sorry, Gauss. They fucked up my fashion. I guess we're gonna have to buy the deluxe skin then, aren't we? I have no choice. This is how they're selling deluxe skins. I where he has this big ass mustache. Thank you for the 5, Mr. Hill Jr. Me channeling God of War 1 Kratos. Make Void Shell Textures Universe. My money is yours. So, here's the thing with that. Also, what's up with the live catalyzing shield reaction? I have a different live reaction on every stream. It's just a recurring gag. But Pablo said that they wanted to do that, but they couldn't for some technical reason. So they made them separate skins. The problem with that is on release, Cyanax's Void Shell materials could affect his regular skin. And they just kind of fixed it and never addressed it ever again. So, I don't know what's up with that. Your Banshee fashion? It's pretty simple, to be honest. It's mostly purple. That was the approach I wanted to take with this one. It's, I guess, a little bit less, pompous compared to my others. The nefarious 5 Tau Forged cast speed shards. A lie by D. Here's the thing, I don't think it was a deliberate lie, no. And you say again like they lie often. I think that's a massive mischaracterization. I think that DE didn't understand that it was actually possible. And once they realized that it was, they were just like, well, we're already selling them as skins, so this can't happen. I do wish that we'd have more compatibility with them, though. I think, doesn't Banshee have one? Yeah, she does. Weird-ass fucking thing on here, though, for real. The Varuna Prime. I'm excited for her overall, but the main thing I'm interested in is Sarofang. I think that Sarofang is a kind of mediocre weapon normally, and I'm curious to see how the Prime hopefully improves on it. Whether or not it actually improves on it remains to be seen, because there are some weapons out there where they just don't get anything, even if they probably should have. Not doing Void Shell anymore. Yeah, the Void Shell things were on indefinite hiatus. If they ever come back, I don't expect it to be soon. Or actually, we'll go to the system first. because it's a heavy blade. I think that you can still have heavy blades that are workable. Heavy blades in general aren't like a particularly good melee category, but if something has strong enough stats, I don't think the category matters that much. But the main thing for me is that it has its special gimmick where it can pull in enemies above a certain melee combo threshold. But the threshold's kind of high. And I guess Tennokai definitely helped with that, though. Dude, sometimes I look at people's fashion when I'm in a social space, and I'm just not really sure how to feel. Okay, I do know how I feel about this one. This... Every time I start paying attention to people's fashions, you find the Gooner. Dude, they walk among us. They walk among us. You think you're safe. Dude, even the fucking wireframe ephemera. At least it's not the spinneret one. Dude, I think I'm safe. I think I'm safe. And then they're there. I don't know what else to say, dude. They're just there. Think we can find more than one?
Samples over here, if you please.
Not many people in this instance. What do I have here? I have Dante? Okay, that's pretty easy. Even dropped guard's not a huge deal because I can just generate it. I guess we'll do Exceltra? Not a big fan of this being here. One of my Mightises. So I used to have a show that I would do on streams. It was called Drip or Drown. It was a competition where people would submit their fashions, and then, they would either drip or drown. Drip meaning that it was good, drown meaning that it was not good. I haven't done it in a long time, though, because Drip or Drown 3 was a horrendous amount of work to put together, and I've just been kind of putting it off ever since. I won't even lie about it. About Vitrica? Like the sword? I don't really use it. It's not like a bad weapon, I don't think.
Hey, how's it going?
I don't know. I messed with it when it first came out, and then I haven't really used it since. I don't really have a strong opinion on it. Also, you guys want to see a magic trick? Hold on. We'll have to do it in the mission, actually. Just okay, Banshee. Pet Bird 3. I actually can't because I have creator mode on, which hides the option. It's very unfortunate. So 100 years ago? Yes. Okay, I need to get up for a second, so I'm gonna trust you all to behave. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Don't do anything nefarious. Do not plot my downfall. Okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Thank you all for behaving. Thank you all for behaving. I know that you all, you would never do anything wide amogus gay sex. Okay. Okay. Jump him? What the? Okay, I think I might have overestimated. I might have overestimated you all. My bad, my bad. I should have known, I should have known. My mid-ass quantity of overguard, but it's okay because I'm just going to keep refreshing it. Oh, is this sealed armor? That's a little cringe. Dude, the fire rate. Kill them all! Kill them all! Your fault for estimating? I suppose you're right. I suppose you're right. Can't get past his overguard. Fucking... Okay, I'm gonna have to warn you all. This is gonna be like the gayest thing I've said all stream. I was joking around with Nitro, and I was like, imagine, like, you're doing some, like, BDSM, but then you accidentally have, like, you hear the shield gate noise. My boyfriend has to use rolling guard so I don't accidentally one-shot him. Do you guys think the meta for BDSM is shield gate recharge delay abuse or persistent? What are we saying? What's the optimal method? Who would win? Who would win? Dom dealing damage cap or sub with shield gate? Dude, what the fuck am I saying? I can't say this shit, dude. I can't fucking talk about this. I can't say this shit. Raw health tank with DR and redirection. I don't think redirection makes you a health tank. Or become the cool kids. I think I'm motivating people to lead, if anything. Yeah, repeated noises of shield gated. Dude, the fire rate is, like, comedic. I cannot believe that the, is it the Loke Canticle? Yeah, the fire rate boost is a fucking Exilus moth. Crazy decision. Threw me for a loop. Oh, damage redirection? I actually didn't know that. That means it works on overguard then, I presume? That's interesting. Go, my birds. Hey, got a disometric card. Makes you immune to status effects. That is true. I assume it would? I'll have to test that, because honestly, damage redirection effects are really good for that reason. Though, for some reason, I hate this so much, by the way. Gyre's augment for her 4 that redirects damage to enemies isn't actually damage redirection, so it doesn't apply to overguard. And it's like, why is that the exception? Not sure what's up with that one. Not sure what they were cooking with that one. I'm over here just... I'm fucking reading them to death. This is what happens, dude. Growing up as a kid, right, we only had, like, public cable television, so I watched a lot of Between the Lions, and now that I've watched enough of it, I'm capable of this. This is what happens if you learn to read at a first grade level. You can do this. It's pretty cool. And it's great. I do love true PvP. With my fast hands, Jesus Christ. A little low on energy because I'm shooting so fucking fast. With education, that's true. If I update my malware, Windows 11, deadass. Dude, I need Sajin to stream again so that I can camp in his stream. Oh, wait, I didn't realize that we had Command and Culverins, too. That actually explains a lot. Did you fucking die, maybe? Hello? Thank you. I'm gonna red to enemies. The Guilty solo. Yep, I've gotten all the accolade glyphs for it, which are required to be done solo. It's a good time, if you ask me. I actually quite enjoyed it. This is... I mean, it could be going worse. It could be going better, but it could be going worse. So I guess we're just kind of, we're neutral. Right? I'm neutral Mario at the moment. I don't know if anyone here even knows what fucking meme I'm referencing when I say that. This is really fucking dicey.
Forces eliminated. Analysis has suggested a logical course of action.
Okay, we're good, we're good. Low Surge, okay. Did my fire rate go down? Huh? Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Well, that wasn't too bad. That is, though. What the fuck are these rewards? I want cursed arcades. That would go hard. They get shocked awake. My phone notification noise is from Metroid Prime, the data received noise whenever you get like a hint. But I always have my phone on vibrate, so I wonder if anyone's gonna just notice the elephant in the room I'm not addressing as I'm casting all of these specters. Was it barbed glyphs? Okay, I can just ignore that then. The Loud House fanfic? That's how it's so... I can shoot so many shots because it's so long. Isn't that one Loud House fanfic like the longest work ever written in English? The glyph? Yeah, after they added the clan glyph prism, I can now put the crack kit on things. Dude, it's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. At least someone understands it. At least someone gets what I mean when I fucking say neutral Mario. The problem with my sense of humor is that it's built on literally, like, you know, a decade of niche references I saw on the internet. Work? Farewell. Thank you. Or, fair enough. Thank you for stopping by, Sci-Fi. It's always good to see you. The Lloyd House fan. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that was intentional. The fucking Lloyd House, dude. That's hilarious. Is that what the grimoire is at the end of the quest when you fucking start reading from Ulrich's page? It's the fucking Lloyd House? Holy shit. R1 2 days ago. Congrats. It is quite the journey. Oh wait, there's a Loke Surge here. Heal! Okay, it's fine. Honestly, barbed glyphs is the only modifier for this mode I don't think is complete ass, and even then, I think it's, like, fine. The cube, our true savior. Do people here actually... Okay. Who here was actually present during the stream where the cube thing started in the new war? Does anyone here actually remember that? Great rest of the stream. Thank you for stopping by. It's so fucking... There's a subreddit for memes like this? I did not know that shit. Talking about Deadlock? Damn. Okay, maybe nobody remembers. It's in the part of the, in the new war where you see the... When they're talking about eternalism and there's the thing with the cube. I just said that we needed to worship the cube. I don't know how many people here would have been present for that, if any of you. It was a long time ago now. That was around when Angels came out, I think, when I was doing all of the, I was streaming myself replaying all of the quests. Well, I don't think I'm gonna make it in time. We got it, we got it. It's okay, it's okay. I'm sad that I missed that. That stream, okay, I'll be honest, don't be sad you missed the new war one, because the first half of it was fun, and the second half was people arguing about the quest. Now, if you want to see the true peak new war experience, watch the Can I Beat Warframe in a Day stream VOD. There were people in my chat that were role-playing as the characters of the quest, and it was so fucking funny. It made the stream a million times better. I wasn't even the main attraction at that point. It was cool Pazul, cool Nata, cool Hunhao, cool Ballas, and cool Pragasa. Remember that whole arc? Yeah, that shit was funny as fuck. That whole thing was hilarious. Props to those people for putting in the work. And then we had Robin become cool Jade and ruin everything. Where? I'll say, where the fuck is my Ancient Spectre? We're kind of lacking on support here. Cool Pazul? Yes. Dude, the beating Warframe in a day streams were fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. Some shit happened on those streams. I'll be honest with you all. Maybe this isn't going to be a popular idea. I've thought about doing it again. Like, I don't think I could on my current internet. I would have to move to a better internet provider because I don't think it would be reliable enough. But I've thought about doing it again. I felt this, like, haunting ever since, that I didn't technically beat it. Oh, I didn't spawn the mech. Whoops. But I didn't technically beat it in a day. Like, I did from a time perspective, but because my power went out during the stream, I wasn't able to actually beat it in one day. It was over the course of 2 days. And it still, like, haunts me. I wanted to do it in one day, like, you know, full stop. And I've thought about re-attempting it purely to actually reach that goal. But I don't know if I ever will. It was very, mentally taxing to do that stream, I'll put it that way. Cool pregnant Teshin. Okay, yeah, cool pregnant Teshin hitting us with the, oh fuck, I can't change my name for a week. In retrospect? Oh, hell nah. Yeah, obviously the old piece also has come out since then. I don't think that the old piece would add a ton of time to the run, to be honest with you. Fuck y'all. Dude, Entanglement is really beating my ass right now. I'm just gonna start crushing on Exceltra. I've played Awakening. Its pacing and stuff is basically identical. A lot of it is mostly visual, which, to be fair, I think the visuals of Awakening are very, very good. It looks absolutely gorgeous, especially now. And the new music that they did for it is also great. Awakening, I think, is a very strong opening to the game, which is, like, I'm gonna be honest with you all. DE keeps fucking with Awakening, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But the problem is that Awakening transitions immediately into Vor's Prize, which is not nearly as good of a quest. Like, you get the incredibly strong 5 or 10 minute intro sequence of the game, and then you get plopped into a quest that I think is just massively inferior. Especially with a lot of the other early game quests, like, it feels so out of place when you then, like, oh, the Arcwing, Howl of the Kubro, Once Awake, where it's like, those quests, I think, are also in dire need of updating to be, like, the early game quest experience could be more consistently high quality, as opposed to just dumping investment into Awakening all the time. Why are the Phosphine glyphs red? Because they want to fucking kill you. In the Guilty. Dreadnought, the theme for the Guilty, I quite like. I think it's really cool. I do think I like Ironclad more, but Dreadnought is sick, and it tonally fits it quite well. Just spawn this now so I don't forget. We need a refresh? Yeah, I think they're in a pretty dire state. Fuck the Focus Orb. I do not care. Give me my Phosphine glyphs. I'm leaving. Departure. Up to Nata. There are some quests before Nata that are fine. Not in terms of when they released, but in terms of the order you play them. Like, I don't think Heart of Deimos really needs many changes. Nata itself also honestly needs change. The, what is it, like 20-minute survival mission you have to sit through or whatever is so fucking stupid. That mission has aged real bad. clock points, etc. Like, I understand that, but I do think that a lot of people are going to drop a game really early on for a ton of reasons. And I think that, like, there comes a point where how much more can they realistically do to Awakening before maybe it's the better option to just start trying to focus on people who do get past that point? Dogs don't die anymore. Dogs haven't died for, fuck, longer than they did die. That changed a long fucking time ago. I think they still have some DNA stabilizers, actually. I'd have to look. Should I or should I not order food? Okay, what kind of food? Ow. The type of food is very important. Dogs died at some point? Yes. Back in the day, if you didn't log in enough, your dog would die. Just straight up. And you had to feed it DNA stabilizers to stop it from dying. Pizza too? Oh, hell no. I'm trying to look at the chat as best I can, but I also don't want to fail this. Anything else? A Nidus Spectre, because their maggots are great crowd control, and the Link is quite strong. And then I have On Call as my air support. It's Italian? I'd say yes. Another yellow... Dude, fuck off. Fuck off. Look at the quantity of these that I own. And you have Warframe Spectres, you can only have one out at a time, but others, I believe you can have one of each. It's good. Not when you have 150 of them. Is your steady slam kicking? What, you mean, what was it, Che Rights? This is, yeah, ooh, Double Demolisher. I actually really like this modifier.
Ensure the continuation of Master Entrante's research efforts. Go.
Oh, it's Losing Our Volcanoids and Post-Mortal Surges. Post-Mortal Surges is honestly fucking annoying. Not a fan of this modifier. I hate it. It's rough. Yellow just now. The bonus is the thing I got previously. That's just how they display it. When I play this game, that's just kind of how it be. I've played this game for 10,000 hours according to Steam, and I think I just now understand it enough to talk about it. Oh, they spawned in the same spot. That's a little cringe. I think this modifier is at its most fun when you have to rush back and forth. Kill him, fucking kill him! Dude, he's resistant to the Yowie. He's gay! Okay, I switched it up. I started throwing Yuri pages at him, and he folded immediately. I'm gonna be real, my Dante will not be able to fight a bisexual. I don't think I got any option for that. So, I just hope none of the mechs are bisexual, I guess. What does your Dante read? AO3. This book contains everything ever written on AO3. Poly relationship fanfic? I think they would like that more, depending on the person. Pan and Poly, do you want a cracker, Salios? I'm sorry. The Loud House fanfic in it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. Little AO3. Yeah, that's the void tongue that got to him. It wasn't the only tongue he was reading about, okay? And it did not leave a good impression. The Omegaverse pages? Jesus Christ, dude. I still think it's hilarious that Steve brought up the Omegaverse on a fucking dev short. And Rebecca and Megan had to, like, urge him to please stop talking. Analysis paralysis. I see the vision. I think the problem is like it's too much of a good thing, right? For them at least. You what? Have you not seen that clip? It's so fucking funny. Am I immortal on it? Yep, it's in here too. This book, like I said, there's a lot of things in this book. Really, like, how do you think it deals so much damage? How do you think it deals so much damage? Okay, it's porn. There's sex in these pages. That's how I kill things. Oh, I'm gonna die. I would have deserved it too, I'm not even gonna lie. There's sex? Exactly. That's how we win this war. Not with guns or bombs or blades. With AO3, with the Loud House. What the fuck? What the fuck is... I'm not actually even gonna engage with that further. Okay, he's not even standing in the acid, so I guess that didn't really matter. Hi there. Really the deadliest of weapons. Maybe I want to lose this war and kill myself instead. Like an abused dog. Look, there are worse things to hear in 2026. That's why I have to occasionally hit everyone with the, hey, every pony. Dude, there was one time, I was in a voice call with Sab and a few friends, and people just started doing that bit of, like, hey, every pony, and then Sab, when he said it, he felt like he was gonna cry. It was so fucking funny. He was brought to tears. Reasonable reaction. Where is this guy? Oh. Why is half your health missing? Did he, like, trip on his way here? Are you a brony? No. No, I'm not. My boyfriend is, but I'm not. I have never watched MLP, and I don't really plan on it. On those stairs? He tripped, I guess. Okay, has anyone here seen that image? It's of Twilight and Fluttershy. It's just this weird emo. Dude, that shit is so fucking funny. My favorite TV show is on. Orb. I just see that. Oh, good. You know, I've actually heard that Fallout Equestria is a good story, but I don't really plan on reading it. Oh, you're orbing it? Yeah, who up orbing it right now? You know what? This will be our first certified lurker moment. It's only been 2.5 hours. If you've just been hanging out in the chat, you know, haven't been saying much, just been lurking, could you just let me know if you're orbing it? You know, if you've been active, you can still, you know, give me your opinion. Let me know if you've been orbing it. Turn on the orb. It doesn't matter what. It's orbing time. Splendid. We have plenty of individuals orbing it in this fine stream today. What pondering they orb right now? Where am I? Hi there. I swear to God, the Helldivers 2 intro cinematic has broken my fucking brain. Whenever I say hi there, it's a reference to that stupid fucking cutscene. Douse him in oil! Fuck, I missed. My Looney Tunes ass contraption failed me. Dude, I am low on energy. I gotta cool it a bit. Seesaw here. On the y-axis? You know, what I could just use Lorax. It died. Oh, he dropped a thing. You know, there's a decent enough amount of people here that I feel like I can ask. Do you guys think it'd be fun to have, like, guests on the stream again? I had Sci-Fi and Suckmud on a while back. I think it might be fun to have people on again. I know Sab has joined before, too. It's not a very common thing. The tricky thing with guests is that it's really hard to talk to multiple people at once. So normally it's just me and Nitro. But I think that, like, especially if Nitro's not available, if he's at, like, work or something, it could be a fun opportunity. Did this guy fucking die, maybe? This mission is taking forever. I'm washed. Elect docket? Wait, when the fuck did one drop? Hello? Talk to yourself? I see the vision. I see the vision. With funny cam when we've been bad. I mean, I could hit you all with funny cam. But what does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know how to interpret the emojis that I'm looking at on my screen. But on a puppet show? It's like the Rivals of Ether Direct. I could do that. Tell me your thoughts on Foley in like 2 sentences. She's pretty good. I think she's a lot of fun and she's very versatile. It's more of like a crowd control support, but then you can just spam bombs, so not really. They put up clanker balls in Delaware. Fuck them up. What do you mean? Dude, that's Joe Biden's home state. This is all part of Biden's agenda. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Can you pull the Scooby Gang? Maybe. Rivals Ether mentioned. Yeah, I've used the main menu theme from Rivals in several of my videos, actually. Stop Goon Kid. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. The balls protect a bridge? What the fuck am I hearing? In 2 sentences, of course. Everything's fucked and I'm gonna kill myself. There's 1 sentence. I optimize. You want my opinion on the current political state of the world? There's... There it is. Man, that's fair. How it feels when loading into deadlock matches. No, I haven't played Deadlock in a long time. Rosie is very into it, though. He is my my contact point. I feel about RFK right now. I mean, my opinion hasn't changed since the time I talked about his insane science denial. I don't like to get explicitly political on my streams. I think that's generally not a good thing. But you errant in different territory with RFK Jr. Autism announcement. Dude, I still have that image. I still have that image. What did I even get from that, actually? I got a red shard and a Tau Forged Yellow. Man, fuck this game. Yeah, here it is. I still have it. Ugh. I don't need this. I don't need this. AFK to 20 minutes in survival? I don't really AFK, so... National flag. I probably should have just done my Netracell. Yeah, dude, the contrast is so high. What do I have? Oh, we have Gulfagor? We do have the OG Gulfagor image here. Okay, I'm gonna warn you all ahead of time. The next thing that I have here is very scary. You enjoy the Mecha Stack? Quite a bit on certain Warframes. I think I have it on my Citrine, Kome, and Lavos. We also have this, just for Zethos. Could be a YouTube thumbnail. I see the vision. I see the vision. No, no, wait, not that. You know, yeah, exactly. It's like I've said this before. Of course I'm homophobic. Have you seen Monster House? That thing was scary as fuck. I thought you were cool. I warned you. I warned you. I warned you ahead of time. It's an Umbra? What, as in it's like Umbra form a week? Including the Kodas? I'm assuming with Golfagor, does he like main stagger them?
When you got a minute, I need a few simple tools.
Live reaction. People just post them in the Discord and I pick ones that I think are funny.
1999. Okay. Get your loadout ready because
I
once
have
you're locked in,
ooh, I
you
don't
cannot
ooh,
pull
I
you
don't
out
like
without the
either of
whole run going
these.
to hell.
Sight is really risky. He's very good, but if I die, I die. Take Exorgist. Fucking, I don't know. Cantare and Doorclave? Sure. Who gives a shit? I don't fucking care.
Told you I'd make
You
it.
die IRL? Thank fuck.
Got a set of crisis events lined up for you.
And yeah, heavy
Sure, you
warfare
advanced
in this
on.
fight is kind of ass. On 1899, here's the weird thing. That would make more sense, but Roth has a line explicitly stating he was sent back to the 19th century. Now, maybe he's rounding up, but the website, the promo website for the Triad, also originally listed it as 1899. I still have on Xeneric, right? Okay, I do.
SU forever. Am I right?
Maybe Roth is just stupid.
here.
Fuck, maybe.
Let me know if you're fine.
Ignore my 40
Get
escapists.
your loadout
Don't
ready,
ask.
because once you're locked in, I cannot pull you out without the whole run going to hell.
Do not handle a Bang energy. Is Bang still around? I thought they went bankrupt. I don't think most people could handle banging Roth, frankly, but that's another conversation. Kickers? I'm gonna be honest, I forgot. I don't really care, though. I don't really play around most of them. If I die, then I'll deal with it if I have to redo this. I just don't care.
Does the tech
Made of spaghetti? Probably not. Okay, it's growth hormone.
Let's go, Kalima.
Honestly, that's the easiest of them, if you ask me. I have to be very careful because of stuff like that. I might have done that way too early. I actually think I'm going to lose my evade, which is not good. Ouch. I have to be careful with all the miasmites. What the... Okay. I don't know what just took a shit ton of my health. Rope is canonically a sub? Like the sandwich? That's crazy. I did not know that. Oh, is the fucking... Okay. The shock Exami might be a bit of a problem. Ooh, because, yeah, they'll still chase me while I'm invisible. Alimos, you're on your own for a second. Oh, it's fucking post-mortal surges. That's what's killing me. This modifier is so ass. Kalimos, I'll free you. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I'm fighting for my life over here, okay? I actually hit his screen. Jesus. Yes, yes, hello, hello. I'm trying to deposit my Kalimos bucks. Okay, we're honestly off to a pretty bad start, so I'm gonna... Panzer just saved me there, I'm pretty sure. My evade expired. Ooh, that's not good. Ow. I have to just keep moving. Like, I have to take a shot and then just relocate. It's kind of fucked. It's kind of fucked. But the post-mortal surges are just going to kill me otherwise, which is not good. Okay. You have on-call? Yeah, on-call only lasts for 3 minutes, though. I try to save them near the end, if I can help it. Is it a crime? I'm inclined to agree. Okay, I might not be super interactive with the chat. I need to try and focus. I think he just blood altered me there. Oh, I have no evade. Ooh, that's so bad. Jump him! Jump him! Fucking take his shoes. I was gonna say, I think I'm still vulnerable. Am I vulnerable as long as my 3 is on cooldown? Why? Okay, I don't know why my sight is still vulnerable right now. Oh, does Seek count for that? That's so stupid. I am getting dive bombed by miasmites, and I am not really a fan of it. Dude, this mission is so ass. This is not going well at all. Love from the Middle East. I am glad that you enjoy them. I'm surprised anyone enjoys the garbage that I make, to be frank, but... For Rift Strike spam, I see the vision. I think I forgot about Truth's Flame when I was talking about stuff earlier. It's a cool mod, though. I haven't really used it too much. But I like the idea. Ow. Dude, there's so fucking many of them! The miasmites are, in fact, swarming. Little cafe date? Probably never. I don't honestly really, well, I mean, obviously for Nitro's privacy, but even just my own, I don't really feel any desire to show my face to my audience. I have before, on accident, but I don't really feel like it's necessary. Ow. RFK Junior reference? Yeah, this is what's inside his brain. Tell us your persona? It's quite the accusation that it's a persona. Quite the accusation. Yelling Gophagoer? No, that's not really it at all, honestly. I just don't feel like, I don't feel like it's important, to be blunt. I think when people picture me in their head, I want them to picture something that isn't my actual face. You know, ideally something traumatic. Like, they'll think about me and be like, oh god, that guy. You know, that's like the thought process. I want them to think to themselves, be like, what the Jesus. Typically, they'll see something on stream, and that's what'll lead to that conclusion. On my shrine? No, I don't. Look, if I posted a video containing my face, it would take less than 12 hours before someone sent me a cum tribute. I know it would happen. I know it would fucking happen. You can tell me it wouldn't. I know it would happen. So... Is that Howard's wing? Just saying. That's grim. Being the real cool kid? Maybe. You might be onto something. You could be cooking with that. Fuck it, I'm just calling him my on-call now. Paul does a pretty good job with this, but... Where did he go? Oh, he's around the corner. Kill him! Kill him! Saying you aren't a Carico IRL? It remains to be seen. Jury's still out on that one. CY sources say this is in dispute. Would Leon be into BDSM? Yes. Any advice? Honestly, Temporal Archimedia, my biggest point of advice is, for your first times especially, try and find a group. Into Central Park, New York. He also escorted a whale's head, like, all the way back to his home over the course of, what was it, like, several hundred miles? Which was illegal, by the way. Dude, I really don't like that Toxin Eximus being here. I am not a fan of that. Dude, could you... Fuck you. Fuck you. Elaborate how? Elaborate how what? I've said a lot of things. Fucking hell, dude. The post-mortal surges are beating my ass. They're slaughtering me in the reply. How he moved it? Truck. When I hear your voice. That's heartbreaking, but also kind of the vibe I was expecting. I'm pretty sure that the audio file, when I sent it to him, was called YouTube Career Suicide.mp3 when I helped with the piss video. I don't know if I ever should have agreed to that, but... How could Leon be into BDSM? Dude, he's Harrow. Do you know what Harrow's... When Harrow casts Penance, he literally whips himself. Leon whips himself in the fucking animation. I feel like it should be pretty obvious. Uchi's alt account? Nah, not quite. We both do look homeless. I will say that. We both do look homeless. I only have 30 seconds of on-call left. Go, 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 go! Alright. Can I cast Lorak before he teleports away? Indeed we can.
When you took out that Legacyte, you wouldn't believe the data spike I saw. Do I know what it means?
It's how he worships?
No. Well, we're not done yet.
It means something's pushing back against what we're trying to do here. Next target, Kaya. Go.
Minerva, why are you such a bitch? Velamir's just a chill guy, and then there's his bitch wife, Minerva. I got my unmodded Nesha. So now you have to mod your Nesha, so I guess... Ooh, actually, that's pretty decent. Was it ref enemies running bright yellow? More different words, guys? Oh, God.
What's the plan, Kaya? Security detail?
It's just a hunch, but Nessie saw an instance of this concert before she disappeared. You keep the show going, and I'll watch the chronometer for any fluctuations that might be related to her.
Check it. Boom. The feed has? What? Am I not allowed to call Minerva a bitch? Damn. I'm sorry. I'm not woke enough. I'll tone it back. What words am I allowed to use to insult Minerva? You know what's funny? I'm just gonna have to suffer even more with this mission, I think. I don't think noise suppression is terrible most of the time, but it has potential, you know, it can be. Weed! When I want to watch Red? Exactly. I feel like calling Minerva a Foid is worse. Maybe that's just me. Is it possible for me to say that I use the term bitch in a gender-neutral fashion? Call her a hag? If I call her a hag, people in my chat will start drooling. I know you motherfuckers, okay? I know how the game works. I know how the game works. Dude, the spawns are so fucked in this mission. I'm struggling to actually hit things in the head. Hag maxing. Yep, there it is. There it fucking is, dude. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Also, I don't have it equipped, but as some useful ball knowledge, you can actually heal Flare with Vazarin if you've got it. HUD operators might be
I can see the appeal.
Okay, hear me out. I don't know if I want to. You have to start with that. I'm immediately skeptical. Did he just die already? Oh no, he spawned over here. I was like, what the fuck? We can get the arcane later. Go away. The crusty crab. True. I do think it's kind of funny. I talked about this on another stream once. It's interesting to me how much, like, incel lingo has been turned into just, like, standard of brain rot lingo because people mock them for being such fucking losers. What the fuck? What are we doing to this guy? Jesus. The world is so... The tile set video not performing well? Yeah, the tile set secrets video did not perform great. It's on the very low end of my average performance, and honestly, it's only even there because the fucking status tier list finally got removed from my last 10 videos. So it's not in the metrics anymore. I did watch, though. Okay. Does anyone here know about the YouTuber The Vile Eye? He does a series called Analyzing Evil. Great YouTube channel, by the way. I highly recommend his stuff. But he did a video called Analyzing Evil, the YouTube Algorithm. And he talked about a phenomenon that I was unaware of. Apparently, it seems like YouTube made a change at some point that has caused impressions to massively go down. So for those who don't know, which is frankly probably most of you, there's no real reason for you to know this. On YouTube, impressions are how much your video is being shown to other people. And the Vile Eye looked at his stats, and he was going from, in the same span of time, roughly 2 million impressions to about 300,000, which was massively damaging his channel. So out of curiosity, I looked at my own videos in the same time frame, and my impressions are down by about half. I went from about 600,000 impressions in my first 3 days of posting videos to about 300,000. And that's been consistent for the last several months. So it doesn't seem to affect me as much as some people, but it seems like something is up with the way that YouTube is actually pushing content to people compared to how it used to work. And I also find it kind of interesting in terms of that stuff, because I don't know about anyone else. For the last several months, my recommendations have been awful. Like, my recommended has given me nothing I actually want to watch. And I feel like whatever change they made to the, like, recommendation system has just fucked everything up. Because, like, previously, I could find a good video on my recommended within, I don't know, a couple of minutes of searching. Now, I'll scroll for 5 minutes and find literally nothing I want to watch. I need to stop the streamer real quick. He's screeching. Not he's reaching, dude, he's screeching. Oh, nope. Do not do that. Do not do that. Go away, go away. Go away. Go away. We are closed for business. Come back tomorrow. Fuck you. Fuck you. Holy shit, that guy's fast. Scaldra speedrun really do have them speedrunning. Hold on, I gotta lock in for a second. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't want to fail this. I fucking hate defense in Archimedias. I need to make sure I clear this. Okay, anyway. He's gonna get the lockout. With no views. Yeah, I've noticed... Dude, another fucking yellow. Whatever. I've noticed that the recommended system in the past several months seems to be pushing low view count videos. What was the last one? The tank? Yeah, but it has fucking...
We got orders.
Heavy warfare and Thermian plating together. That's gonna be uncomfortable.
New toys.
New channels for me. For me, I constantly see videos from channels that have, like, no traction. And that's not, like, a bad thing on its face. Because there are lots of people that make good videos that don't get a lot of views. That's how I discovered... does anyone here know about the channel Blanky? Blanky makes videos about art and video games that they play. Blanky is a great channel that I discovered through getting just randomly recommended one of their videos that had like no views. They quite like their videos. I think I found them when they had like less than 100 subscribers or something as a result of that. But I'm using YouTube right now. Dude, you know what's funny? I deal enough damage, I can just fucking ignore the modifier. Cyto9 just doesn't have to care. With Vampiric Luminous? Yeah. I generally don't actually dislike Vampiric Luminous. I think it's a fine debuff. But in defense and mirror defense, it's just fucking horrendous. With heavy warfare? Exactly. I do not care. Oh, he dropped one for me already? Okay. Ooh! I'm good. The car blew up, but it's okay. I survived. My food is here. Splendid. That's their last video? Damn. YouTube just wants to, like, rub salt in the wound for them. I just put it in a weird spot, but it's okay. Just fucking drop him to his death. Heavy warfare cannot compete with fucking gravity. Splendid. I'm a little nervous about the tank, because the tank is honestly quite hard with Cyto9, if you ask me. Weird as hell. Yeah, I don't know what's up with YouTube's, like, recommendation system these days. It's just dog shit. That's the easiest way to put it, frankly. It's just dog shit. But yeah, I think, like, don't get me wrong. I post videos about niche topics, and I understand that they won't perform well a lot of the time as a result of that. But it does seem like there is something going on there that is a little bit more than just that fact. I can't say anything definitive, obviously, but... Oh, I ran out of energy. I probably have enough. Probably have enough invis for this to work out. Might as well grab this, though. Good proof. Should have brought vintage tech. I could have. I just completely forgot to equip literally anything in the beginning of this, so... Alright. Deploy my Legion of Spectres. Actually, I take that back. I want Dante. Oh, right. He's, not getting up. Also, I believe that Clem's Grattler actually does count as a heavy weapon for heavy warfare, which is nice. Oh, the turret on the fucking tank is also affected by Arcane Automata? That's actually kind of fun. I vibe with that. Oh, I missed? Damn it. That's no good. I love how the tank has a fucking melee attack. It's just so nonsensical. Hold up, gotta prime the tank a bit. I think he's sitting on one of the rocket launchers. That's no good. I gotta be careful now, because I don't... Ooh, ow. Should make a Patreon. Well, here's the thing. I have channel memberships already. But, like, most of my channel members are from gift memberships that aren't really worth that much because there's no currency control, I guess. And I also, like, I'm in a bit of a rock and a hard place with a lot of stuff, like, with that, honestly, because on the one hand, YouTube is my job, and I think that I have to accept the reality that I have to think about the money that goes into, or that comes out of my work, I guess, and the return on investment. But at the same time, I really don't like my channel feeling like it's about money, right? I don't want to, like, constantly shill my memberships or ask for donations or things like that, right? Because I just feel shitty about it. Seen from the quest? That's true. Yeah, like, for instance, my streams aren't monetized, and they never have been, and I continue to do my best to not monetize them, because I think that ads would hurt the experience. And I really try my best to make sure that I do not compromise the experience in exchange for money. That's the big thing.
Can of worms.
Make more commentaries. The commentaries do not bring in new members. Welcome to Cool Kid, Jaya Blue. Thank you for joining. This part of the tank is especially fucking annoying, dude. And I also want to say as well that, like, there is no pressure to ever give if you don't have the money or simply just don't think the content is good enough. That's totally fine. I am green now? Oh, no. The one thing that I have considered is actually accepting sponsorships. And I will say that, like, if I do that, I want to do my best to make the ad reads entertaining and to make sure I research any sponsors I accept so that I'm not accepting a sponsorship that is, you know, from, like, fucking Hitler Incorporated or something. But that's, like, sort of the main thing where it's like, I might do that because it would add, like, a layer of security. Because with a lot of videos, if I don't know if they're going to perform well, BetterHelp, yeah, no, not that one. If I don't know if a video is going to perform well, there is the issue of what if, you know, like, is it even worth making? But if you have a sponsor, there's, like, some guarantee there. Thank you for the 58. Automated defibrillator. That's crazy. I didn't know that was a currency. Love your vids. Here's my lunch money. Wait, how are you supposed to buy lunch then? Like, I appreciate it, but I feel like we're glossing over something here. $1. Hold on. $1. Blended. Gamer subs. I'm pretty sure Gamer subs, like, that stuff is an affiliate program, unless you get it, like, an actual sponsorship. Just skip it. Yeah, my plan is if I do sponsor reads, is to have a section called Paying the Bills or something like that in the chapters. And if a sponsor ever demands that I don't do that, I will not accept them. I think it's important to give people the opportunity to skip the ad if it does not give them any value. Oh, shit. Woo. Hold on, we're going Ghost. I'm like Danny Phantom if he was... I don't think Danny Phantom was gay, so I think that joke makes sense. If you like video, PayPal me $500. I've thought about doing, like, donation goals for certain things. Like, maybe we would crowdfund, like, Warframe's, the next Astronomy of Warframe episode, where it's like, okay, I can't realistically make this for financial reasons, but what if, like, I did a series of streams that, like, crowdfunded for it? But I still just feel gross about that on a level that's kind of hard to explain. I really hate the idea of asking for money, in really any form. He hits the pose? Shit. I didn't realize, but you might be right. Dude, I gotta get rid of the fucking mucus spires. This is honestly really fucked. I'm not really killing the ads. Not Kate Summon. Nitro's not here right now. He's gonna... Ooh, my frames. My Warframes. Because you never asked. I mean, it's bad to ask for help. It's not even that. I think that it's one of those things where, like, even beyond, like, any sort of ego measure that you might attribute it to, right? I feel like asking your own audience for money generally is a very bad look. That's the name of the game. That's true. Astute observation. Why are you alive? Hello? Fuck you? This raggedy-ass bitch. Hold up. Give me that. Give me that. Dude, his health bar is gone. Fuck you. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I got so sidetracked. Oh, I have no idea why that didn't toxin proc me. That would have been so bad.
Oh, wow.
I'm leaving.
You
Fuck
guys are
this.
my heroes.
Fuck this.
You killed it out there.
Goodbye.
I have so much data to sift through.
I'm taking the RPG with me, by the way. New addition to the game. If you extract with an RPG, you just keep it. Rust. I could take the tank in a fight, right? In the first place. Well, here's the thing. I don't ask you for money by having a channel. You watch things and you see ads, and that's what gives me money. The third time now? Jesus. I got a green and a Tau Forge green. Dude, my loot this week was fucking awful. What the fuck? What is this shit?
Well,
Find my stickers.
Here in 1999.
Weird spawn Babao. Like, in EDA, if you mean an EDA survival, I've seen them spawn at the end of the map constantly. I'm pulling up. I'm arriving at the function. Do you like the Foley mission? Overall, yes. There are a few minor things about it that annoy me, but overall, I think it's fun. Like, just for reference for people as well. This is what we're working with, okay? I have 147 regular yellows, 130 blues, 68 Tau Forge blues, and 12 Tau Forge yellows. This is all that I really want, because it's so far behind the other two. I also use reds a lot, because I'm not creative. Complete the missions? I don't think that would be terribly hard, to be honest. One more Tau to be blue. On the Varuna Prime trailer, I don't think it's quite as good as Gauss's, but it's a very close second. I think it's probably, I would say, the second best Prime trailer, in my opinion. Now I can finally use a frame that I want, because we can do the Netracell. Into Tau. Yeah, that's fair. I like having some non-Tau Forge just as like an in-case type of thing, but you can just take it. True, the 1% drop chance. Dude, I really like the increased mantle speed, by the way. I don't know why I didn't do it that time, but it's a nice feature.
Ahoy, ahoy! Might you have time for a quick run? That's a pub.
Anyways. Drop tables? Yeah. Honestly, I am annoyed that after all these years, DE won't stop putting credit caches and drop tables, period. Like, you'd think that they would have realized by now. Nobody likes them. 3 people went and took it? Holy shit. Okay, where's the possum enter the picture, lunatic? Where does the possum enter the picture? I'm not sure who I want to play. We'll just take Uriel. Credit cash. Sakma will not be caught. Secure Electa credit farming.
All right. What's his is ours.
So, Protea Prime's all now? I don't really like it personally. Doesn't want others being rich. It's like 10,000 credits, dog. I got 4 million credits from the Coma mission I did with Sakma because I was in it for so long.
You got your glyphs.
The Endless Iron Man run at Zacmo? You might want to clarify what the Endless Iron Man run actually contains. Is it like trying to get to level cap with every frame in a row?
The Netracell is hidden.
Also, I don't know why, but for some reason, Gulfagor has a mechanic where he will try to prioritize beefier targets, which I think is fucking stupid. I bitch about this every time I play Uriel on stream, but like, why? Or Wayfair vent kids trafficking? I don't know if I believe— wait, oh my god. Succulent, is that why Velimir is selling furniture? Holy shit, wait, is he connected? Oh, Endoless. I didn't read that correctly. Without upgrading anything? Huh. Interesting. So he still can use mods, just, no upgrade. Okay. I'm assuming that's what you mean. You know too much? Shit. Are you in the Granum files, Suckmutt? Were you in Granum's Void? Were you in Granum's Void? Where did the vent kids go, Suckmutt? Address the allegations. Address the allegations. Are those vent kids still in the Granum Void? Not read into Sands of Anaros. New Suckmutt allegation drop. I just realized. Does Knife Step Syndrome not realize I'm airborne? Not sure what was up with that. Deal with Remedium real quick. Oh, the kids. Nezha was cool with the kids. That's been established. What's your least favorite Prime trailer? Kid, I don't even know. I haven't watched them all in a while. I remember Wisps was kind of boring, but it's been so long I'd have to rewatch it. You know what's a Prime trailer that's underrated, though? Necros and Banshee. I think they both actually have really cool trailers. Narsa Jeffrey Epstein. Fuckmon, I think your community might be the most, like, dedicated group of trolls imaginable. This kind of mid. I actually quite like Hydroids. I thought his was cool.
Local threats are triggering a security override. Clear out the uglies to pop the door.
Kill them all! Dude, I love playing Uriel because all of his abilities screw over my heat procs. I've thought about making like a quick video talking about Heat Inherit. I know people are gonna be like, cool kid, what the fuck what do you mean? You've talked about Heat Inherit in like 3 videos now. Like, yeah, I know, that's part of why I haven't done it already. But I want to talk about Heat Inherit specifically in the context of how it sabotages certain Warframes. And how I feel like it just deserves like a little tweak to make it a more balanced mechanic. Because in its current form, Heat Inherit can screw over certain Warframes, and I really don't like that. Sugma for the fight? No, Suckmutt. Address the Sugma allegations. Golfagor, don't latch the Necromech, you dumb motherfucker! It's fine, I guess. It's fine. I'm sorry, Golfagor. I had a moment of anger. I had a gamer moment. Where am I going? Is he not marked on the minimap? This bug is still in the game? Dog. Are we fucking for real? I thought they fixed this. Where is he? You know what? Fuck it. Let's go visit the Gruzling. Maybe he knows. He's all the way out here in the distance. He's all the way back here. We'll ask him directly. Ow, ow, ow. It's fine, it's fine. Hello, Mr. Gruzling. You know where the Necromite is? Golfagor is sucking him, he's fucking sucking him dry. Holy shit. Gulf of Freak. Would like to get its own trailer. I mean, I am biased, and I would like Lavos to get one. I think I just have to restart. I don't think he spawned. This happens sometimes. I don't think the Necromite spawned. That's unfortunate. Beating his Golfagor verbally? You can't beat something verbally. That's just verbal abuse. That's different. Why the fuck did I go back to my... I don't think I'm all there. Like, mentally? Meant berating? I think that's... yeah. How do I hit him? Dude, I fucking love that image. How do I hit him?
Are we heading out then? Go with the herd, you know? All right. What's his is ours.
Hit him with the shuttling. Distract people from the allegations by bombarding them with chudlings. Chudling true combo. Instantly know what I'm referencing. I mentioned this earlier, Suckma, but my humor is literally just like a decade of niche internet references. I just talk about shit that I saw in a meme image one time and literally never again.
The Netracell is deep in this lab maze. Get control of
It's kind of wild that this thing deals enough precision damage that I can kill an enemy, like a Culverin, with an arm shot, just outright. Kind of wild. Oh, bro. Actually hurt him. Does Gulfagor actually feel like physical harm when he gets insulted? What do you mean? Gulfagor inherit? No, yeah. As for the heat inherit thing I mentioned, I want to do like a sort of a short video explaining how it works and what warframes it screws over, and then suggesting just a really simple tweak to make it work better. That's shocking. It's shocking that it killed it in one arm shot, specifically. I feel like oftentimes, because Culverin's arms break at such a low threshold, you don't kill them in one shot to the arm, which makes them bad for headshot buffs. But with Vinquibus here, I'm dealing enough damage I can actually trigger headshot buffs by killing them with an arm shot. But I think it might be nice to do like a little 10 or 15 minute video just saying like, yeah, Heat Inherit should just get like a little tweak so that instead of being based on the first stack, it's based on the highest quantity of any stack that enters the stack. If it worked like that, then it wouldn't screw over existing Heat Inherit strategies, while also letting warframes like Uriel, Temple, and Ember not fuck themselves over if they ignite an enemy. Because as it stands, that's what happens. Honestly, Uriel and Ember are especially negatively affected by Heat Inherit as a mechanic. More Protea. I suppose Protea too, but I think... Oh, you know what? Whatever. I'll just find it. I think that Protea is in a bit of a better spot because Blaze Artillery deals so much damage, whereas, like, for Ember and Uriel, their abilities that inflict heat often don't deal that much damage, so they're not killing things. They're just screwing you over. I forgot the Netracell location strategy. I don't actually think it would be in here, though. Yeah, no, it ain't. Guess we're going the other way. Oh, I left the radius. I'm an idiot. Abilities, the modifiers. Well, it wouldn't really work, because the abilities would still screw you over if they didn't have high enough faction or heat modifiers. Just the center of the circle. There's a little minutia to it, but I suppose it is in the center of the circle.
Use the key glyph then.
Maybe I'm misremembering.
We ain't done. Local threats are triggering a security override.
I think Uriel is especially bad because of Remedium, because of Demonium and his first ability, Infernalis. Because he'll just light things on fire for like touching them, and then boom, all his future heat procs are fucked. I think it's unfortunate, I really do. I think Vinquibus is a cool weapon. Back a bit to compensate. Well, here's my issue with that, though, is that if they have multipliers that are lower than something else, they'll still gimp your stats. Like, say, for example, you had a Prime Heated Charge, which is 150% heat. And then, to compensate for this, we gave all of these abilities 100% heat. Well, now my future stacks from the weapon that has a higher heat bonus will still be lower. The only solution I could see there is to just massively buff them all through the roof, which I don't really think would be sustainable. I think the best solution is to just make it so instead of it being based on the first stack, it's based on the highest quantity of any stack that enters the heat proc. I feel like that would just be like the most straightforward solution. Look at him go. Look at him go. That lifted proc lasted a while. Goddamn. Also, I'm a little sad that demonium runes don't work on melees at all, but it is what it is. Fuck you. Kill everyone. Kill 7 billion mermen. Strongest fight of the strongest one applied. That's exactly what I'm suggesting, actually. I think that it should inherit the strongest of a multiplier instead of the first one. Okay, well, he actually spawned this time, so there's that. Fuck you. 10% chance. Honestly, Archon Flow is just a bad mod. I'm not even gonna lie. It has a cooldown, its chance is really low, and the ability that deals the cool damage has to kill the target, if memory serves. It's just a fucking bad mod. I hate to say it. Maybe I should have used this earlier, but it's fine. Thank you, Golfagor. I actually quite needed the health orbs. Kill them all! Dude, I'm surprised. Blast damage was so bad before Jade Shadows, and now it's so good. With Prime Streamline, I honestly don't see Prime Streamline ever happening. And honestly, I think it would be just like a bad thing from a balance perspective. Prime Streamline would basically be fleeting expertise with no downside. And with how efficiency works, I think it's totally fair to have a downside for that quantity of efficiency. It's so much easier to get. I mean, I don't think it's easier so much as just, like, more consistent. Time to stretch. Yeah, that shit's also not happening. V hasn't given us a new range mod since, Plains, I think, with Augur Reach.
Something's going on with...
For true passive gate. Yeah, primed fast deflection, you know, it would be all over my screen. Let me just put it that way. It would be all over my screen. But I don't think that they're ever going to allow that either, because it would make Vigilante Vigor completely worthless. There'd be no reason to use it, because you wouldn't need to stack it anymore. Because I believe 80% reduction is the maximum amount you can have, so stacking the two already gets you basically to that point. It would be okay. I think if it was like if the enemy has a cold proc that was inflicted by an ability, I think it would be a lot better, but... Hi there. Have fun with it. I mean, there are plenty of ways to get energy, but you have to, like, energy gain and like, ability efficiency are multiplicative with each other, in a sense. The more energy you gain, on top of the more efficient you are with it, leads to more tasks. I don't know. I don't personally feel like efficiency is in a bad spot. I think that the three mods we have that affect it all have their own strengths and weaknesses, and I feel like it's balanced in a fairly solid way, right? You can use Boreal's Hatred and a max rank fleeting for max efficiency, or you can use a rank 5 Streamline and fleeting, or some combination thereof, depending on... Especially because you have to consider that 75% ability efficiency is twice as good as 50%, because your cast will be half of 50%. Oh, okay. Primed rolling guard. When you roll, you're invincible just forever.
Grab and go.
Primed energy nexus. That would be a fucking balanced travesty. Go for with energy regen. I mean, I feel like if that's the mentality, yeah, but I feel like it's also such a powerful stat that there has to be some balancing lever there. Prime Streamline by itself, I think, would be so good that a lot of frames would just, like, kind of have to take it. And it would also make fleeting a very It would make it much less valuable, let me put it that way. It would be the same for like a primed range mod. Overextended is supposed to hurt. Of course I got a fucking blue, dude. But like, I feel like it's supposed to hurt to take certain mods. The negative is supposed to really offset how powerful it is to have their positives. At least that's how it is with Blind Rage, Overextended, and Fleeting.
Are wary of our... Be patient with me, Tenno.
Lloyd, I'm gonna beat you up if you don't give me everything I need. You have like 5 energy per second. I personally do think it would be very good. Because the main thing that it's in contention with, Energy Nexus, is Wellspring. It's basically like a slightly worse Wellspring. A slightly is honestly a... Might as well. Slightly is not entirely fair. It's considerably worse. It's just over half of the effectiveness, but for a mod slot instead of your focus school. I think if they made it match the effectiveness of Wellspring, that would really hurt, like, the player choice, I guess, between Xeneric and Energy Nexus. Companion. I mean, I feel like if you're finding yourself in that situation often, it might just be a matter of how you build your frames, personally. Primed Master Thief. Come by. Oh boy, I just made a video about this tile set. Let's do Araxia. I think this will be the last thing I do for this stream. We'll knock out the Archon hunt. I probably should get to work with shooting for the Vanguard or the Guilty video. All the audio is done now. It's just a matter of actually putting the video part together, which is going to take a few days at least.
Sacred Tau, if they massacre the unbelievers, we have no choice.
That's a bomb. Primed Retribution, primed Mobilize. All right, people are kind of cooking. All right. What do we think about this? Here's my pitch. Primed Kavat's Grace. What do we think? What do we think? Shadowing they graph? Indeed. I think there's potential. Mortal Connect. Isn't that a fucking Conclave mod? Gale Kick? Okay, I would fuck with primed Gale Kick, unironically. That would go hard. I'm just eating everyone in this mission. But like in like a non-sexual... You get it. You get it. Primed Thief's Wit? I'd take that. Primed Handspring? Okay, that would go hard. Primed Setma. They have Prime Mobilize. I feel like a lot of parkour speed mods honestly kind of just like got nerfed, but like not necessarily. They became way less valuable with the addition of yellow shards because they can just give you so much parkour speed. Prime Fast Deflection. I still don't think that one's gonna happen, but like I can dream. That would actually be a very good mod. I believe that it was like data mined a long time ago, but I don't think it's ever coming out. Then again, we did get Daikyu Prime, even though it was originally like first added into the game's code with like references to it back in like Fortuna or something I remember reading, but Ironclad Flight. It makes it so that you're instead of having like a no loot vacuum, you actually have loot repulsion. If you get close to loot, you push it away from you. Fuck that guy up. Primed Firewalker. I see the vision. I don't know how we do that with it being a 10 rank mod already, but I guess redirection was too, so... Bonk. Dude, this is taking way longer than I expected. This is boring aw hell. You're gonna make me kick my feet overpowered too. Fun fact, that video got not age restricted, it got demonetized several months ago. I think that YouTube's dumb fuck AI system literally just saw that the word feet was in the title and demonetized it automatically. It doesn't really get many views, so I never bothered to dispute it. But yeah, just that video was fine for years, and then suddenly it just got demonetized. I think it's the only video on my channel that's demonetized. Well, still useful. I guess, I mean, I don't think this would be like a huge balance problem. I guess the question is like, what would they provide? Because I could see like primed health conversion could give you like 2 more stacks, kind of like tempered venison does. And then I guess what, more power strength on energy conversion? To stay on the ground forever? Primed drift mods? Okay, primed coaction drift. Probably not balanced, but it would be very funny. Go, my chudlings. Okay, that missed. Referencing the King of Lust? Maybe, maybe. They knew. Dude, I should do another Ultra Kill randomizer on stream sometime. The first one was a lot of fun. First Top's laughing. They should make peculiar audience, but it only lies when you, or it only laughs, sorry, when you fuck up. Like, you miss a shot, it laughs. You die, it laughs. Peculiar rage bait. Level 10,000. If you're referring to the ones from Araxia, I'm actually not sure. I've never taken Araxia to level cap. I don't really play that level of content. I don't really find it to be that fun. I've gone to level cap a few times, but it's just boring, dude. I don't want to be in a mission for 4 fucking hours. Hi, Ropa. Fancy seeing you here on the Gas City tile set. Just like that video I made. How crazy is that? Kill them all! Kill them all! Warframe Twitch channel. Yeah, all the chat gets to laugh at you. Ooh, I am dying. I must eat people to heal. You can actually do that in real life, too. I'm just saying. It's not nearly as fast, but technically speaking, you can eat people to heal in real life. It's not ethical, but it is an option.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Eat 7 billion people? Exactly. Exactly. Heal! Heal! Eat them all! Eat them all! I'm very hungry. Give me the Corpus Crewman. Okay, we're good. It's over. Depends on your ethics, I suppose. My ethics are that I'm hungry, and he's right there. That's all that matters to me, quite honestly. Unk playing Warframe in 2028? Holy shit. Like to eat a whole human? That's a good question. One way to find out. For 1 damage a second? Okay, I have a vision. What if Ropa Lowlist Sentinel skin? You can have a mini Ropa Lowlist following you around. I think that has potential. Dude, I think Ropa was kind of wasted potential, honestly. There's so much stuff where Ropa, like, appears but doesn't do anything. The self-centered Mario. There's so many Marios.
Pazul has stowed sacred Narmer artifacts and
Shout out to Cannibalism Mario.
to ransack them. Little Duck will guide you.
Hello, little cuck, or whatever your name is. Fucking hell, dude. These streams are so ass. Fucking great. Yeah, the sentient chicken. Make your sentinel invisible. I or like transparent or something as well. Yeah, I actually do agree with that. Want more rats? Well, there are Letty's rats. And look, let's not kid ourselves. These streams are ass. Okay. You know, we should be getting Kuldervo Prime as soon as next year. I hope they make Rauta Prime. Deal damage. Reset mods. Honestly, someone made a suggestion that I actually very much agree with. That they should add, essentially posture mods for Sentinels. Like, take mods like Assault Mode and stuff and put them in their own slot to make them more analogous to those types of mods, the posture mods. And then also give us some new ones. I think it'd be cool to have like maybe like a roaming Sentinel or something like that as a posture mod. Fuck you. 25 million. Right instead of 1. I'm blowing my shit smooth off. Not with Rauta, because it wouldn't kill me, but... Increase mod capacity. I think that's how postures work already, is that they're treated like stances. Universal vacuum, indeed. I'm pretty sure Carrier is still my most used companion. Yep, because of back in the day. Dude, 20... Look at the XP I have on this thing. 28% usage, because this used to be the only Sentinel that could run vacuum. My Oberon's fallen to 3.1. I like how all of this stuff, too. Redeemer is still my most used melee after all these years. That's fucking crazy. Uva Grattler, baby. It's all still my most used Arcwing, too, because it used to be the only one with Blink. But yeah, because this was the only guy that had Vacuum for years, the only companion I used was Carrier. Hey everyone, cool kid here. Just falls over. Huh. Okay. For a bomb frame, honestly, I could see like an artillery gun. That would be cool. I want new pets. I really do think it's like a bummer that we haven't gotten a brand new pet in so long. I'd love to see a brand new Sentinel or some such. When was the last brand new one we got? Was it Nautilus? It was either Nautilus or the Vulpaphylas and stuff, right? No, it would have been the Hounds. I think it would have been the Hounds. I believe the Hounds were 2021. So I think it would have been the Hounds. I believe they were the last brand new companion we got. They moved on from Companions. I don't think they've moved on from Companions, considering that we got Companions 2.0 Part 1 and 2 a couple of years ago. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we haven't gotten any new ones because they spent so much time reworking the existing ones. Because several of them got very new identities, like Jin. Fatal Attraction got changed a lot.
Taking squared away. Right, same again.
Like a weird fungus. Archon companions. I would fuck with a sentient companion. That would be awesome. Kaith as a companion? Okay. Speaking of Kaiths, I have to say, DE, please let us spawn our Kaiths in Holvania. I just want to ride around the streets on the horse. I think that would be cool as fuck. That would be hype moments in Aura. I also wish we would have melee combat on horseback, but that's never happening. Fighters as companions? Feels like a joke. I'm not going to pass any judgment on the Incarnates because they're not out yet. I'm excited to see what they're capable of, but I very much am in the camp of, like, don't knock it till you try it, right? On everything. I would fuck with that, but I also feel like, honestly, I just know people would complain. I'm gonna be real in terms of, like, the problems that would present. Like, when DE decided that the bug that the Atomocycle worked anywhere was just going to be left in the game, there were then people complaining about how awkward it was to use in specific tile sets. And it's like, with all due respect, it was never designed for these tile sets. That wasn't really the point. Power Creep Torrid Incarnate. Twin Roga. Honestly, Kuva Twin Roga would also be sick. I'm just saying. People were complaining. Nitro sent me a few Reddit posts about it at the time. Because I haven't been part of the Warframe sub since Angels came out, but he still is. And we were talking about how, like, cool it was they left that in the game. And then he would just periodically send me, like, yeah, these people are mad about it. Those people aren't real. I kind of hope they aren't, low-key. Yeah, I would kill for Kuva Argonac. That's another one. I really like Argonac, especially with its unique mod. What is it? Amalgam Argonac Metal Auger, I believe. But it's just not a great weapon, in my opinion. Which makes sense. It's a Plains of Eidolon era weapon. There he is. Hey, everyone. Cool kid here. Nadarok Incarnate? Yeah, that's not fucking happening. Does that mean no Incarnate? Atomos has an Incarnate, but not a Kuva form. I'm guessing you're thinking of Nukor. And honestly, Nukor doesn't need an Incarnate if you ask me. For Exalted Weapons, I don't think that would... Now, I will say, I don't think we should ever get Incarnates for, like, every Exalted. Frankly, Exalteds are good enough already. But having a Warframe who has an Incarnate Exalted could be cool. I think it would honestly be sick to have, like, an Incarnate Warframe in general. Where, like, you charge up his ultimate, and then once he activates it, like, all of his abilities are enhanced. Kind of like Gauss, now that I say it out loud. I think that could be cool. Like, maybe, like, Uriel, I guess, is kind of the same way. But having, like, an Incarnate-themed Warframe could be pretty neat. Void Angle Warframe? True.
We will examine this hall in detail. We will learn.
We robbed the shit out of them. We took their foams. We took their J's. We took their Yeezy. There is nothing left. Into a void. Yeah, it's like the Sailor Moon type shit. No, not the... I'm gonna drop your J's in the mud. I'm gonna put them in a puddle, Pazool. Oh, he did not like that. Oh, he's doxing me. Oh, shit. Okay, it's a good thing that ended early, because that was gonna be my whole address. That was gonna be my whole address if it didn't stop early, dude. Holy shit. I'm lucky, dude. I activated malware bites just in time. Holy shit. We'll do this on Oberon, sure. I'm honestly, like, I'm kind of surprised. Maybe this will put some people at odds when I say this. I'm kind of surprised how hated Oberon's rework ended up being. Declawed? It's a bug. Sometimes they just show up with no weapon. But I've seen a lot of people really hate Oberon's rework, and I'm kind of surprised by that, personally. I'm not trying to say that anyone's opinion is wrong, but I quite like reworked Oberon. I'm kind of surprised how much animosity there was towards his rework. And a tau extension. I don't really know how well that would work, but it would be cool to see the Murmur more just in general. I'm still pissed. Okay, I think playing a Warframe because they're bad and then getting mad that they've been made usable is kind of weird. I will say, the one thing that I really don't like about the rework is his passive. I think that his passive is way too strong. They took a Warframe whose entire orient, like, his goal in a squad is to support them, and then they made a lot of his supportive capacity not really relevant, because he could just make his team invincible, and I'm not really a fan of that. But a lot of people I saw were complaining that Oberon's 1 wasn't a reliable nuke, and I feel like that's not the point. Made him boring. I think that saying that Oberon's passive made him boring is a little bit of a stretch to me. Like, yeah, it's a very strong passive, but I feel like he still has plenty of cool stuff he can do. He's not Revenant, right? He's not a one-button wonder. He still has other things in his kit that are useful. Isn't support? Well, here's the thing. It is support, but it makes other elements of his kit irrelevant. I think that's the issue for me. His 2 and his 3 are a lot less useful when his his passive is active. I feel like Righteous Negation just shouldn't have been invincibility. If it was like, say, a damage reduction thing, like if an enemy hit you, then it would consume it for like 90% DR. Maybe unnecessary, but I think it'd be a lot more fair. But yeah, I feel like with the passive, it is just a matter of like, if your team is just resisting all damage and status effects through Righteous Negation, then what's the point of the 3 and the 4? Especially with like the huge armor buffs and stuff that you can supply. It's just not really relevant if you're able to maintain it. I don't know. I feel like Righteous Negation was a mistake, but I'm guessing that they never changed it post-release because they knew people would freak the fuck out. Opposite of Valkyr's rework. I don't really... Okay, I see what you mean, and in terms of, like, ruining them by taking away their invincibility, quote-unquote, and then ruining them by giving them invincibility. But I think that different groups of people would hate the reworks for opposite reasons. For, like, 10 to 15 seconds. I mean, I could see that, too. If it was, like, up to 3, so you get 75% at most. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really... Especially, like, with the addition of Universal Fallout on top of Reckoning's health orbs, it's just way too easy to maintain in high enemy density environments. I do like the rest of his kit, though. I think that the change to his carpet was a really good thing. I like the armor buff that his 3 provides. I think that Reckoning's ability to more reliably spawn health orbs is useful for playing around health orb-based buffs. And its armor strip being untethered from the carpet is really good. Oh, hey, we got this room. Good night, y'all. Farewell. Thank you for joining. This room is a motherfucker, and it took me literal hours to find for the tile set video. Anyways, I think my favorite change was honestly Oberon's 1. I love the way they changed it into, like, the Eximus deletion button. Because of his new passive. Yeah, like I said, I see what you mean there. I also feel like Oberon's passive was changed kind of last minute. Because I'm pretty sure, like, less than a month before his release, Pablo asked on Twitter if they should change his passive. And people overwhelmingly said yes. So I don't know if it was really worked into it, like, from an early stage in development. No protection? Wait, what the fuck? What is Lotus yapping about? Dude, my loot this week has been horrible. Dude, they're slaughtering me in the loot table today. Holy shit. It's so bad. Old passive. Well, here, I think that, like, the thought process was The old passive wasn't terrible. It wasn't good, but it wasn't, like, terrible. And I think that the original idea was that because you have support abilities, you're supporting your companion, so your passive would also buff them. But, yeah, I feel like Righteous Negation was not the correct approach, honestly. I don't really think that was the way it should have been handled. Thank you for the 10. Tumbling Frost 369. He finished building his truck. Is that the only reason you whisper Scott's name? Because I feel like if you whisper Scott's name for balance reasons, that's kind of insane. Could have buffed the old passive. I think the problem is that it didn't really... Like, Oberon's synergy with his companion was kind of tangential, if that makes sense.
Lay 'em low and burn
100
their
Eximus.
shadow. Till then.
I think that, like, giving him a brand new passive that decoupled it from companions was a good move. The problem is that the one they gave him is just fucking disgustingly overpowered. So easy to get. Well, the thing with Valkyrie is that you pressed one button and it was just up forever. But, yeah. I don't know. Valkyrie's invincibility had, like, no downside, really. It took away a shit ton of energy, but that was honestly very easy to offset. Not online. So here's the funny thing. Real quick before we do this. My friend Edith. Where are my DMs with her? You guys aren't going to believe this. I could not find a single image of this fucking thing on the entire internet. I didn't even know if it was still spawning. But fortunately, my friend Edith has been able to confirm for me they do actually exist. The spent radium barrels are still around. Thank God. They're just insanely rare. Also, this is our final lurker moment. If you've just been hanging out in the chat, haven't been saying much, could I get a hi, Wally? It's always good to let Wally know that we appreciate his presence. Why does it have overshields? I think that they changed their object health, like, color in the UI. Yeah, if I could get some hi Wallies. We always gotta greet Wally. Thank you, every pony. Fucking hell, dude. Counts as lurking, but hi, Wally. You know, everyone is welcome to participate in the certified lurker moments.
That humans only get a few years to live.
Also, weird thing.
Spend most of that
The wiki...
time
Ortis, could you not interrupt me, you motherfucker?
how to live.
Ortis... Thank you. So the wiki says that the liquid nitrogen barrels only spawn in the Corpus, like, outpost and ship tile sets, but I have found them on the Jupiter tile set. I didn't write it into the video script because they do seem to be quite rare. I think I only found, like, 3 in my entire time testing stuff for the video, but they do spawn in Jupiter as well. Jupiter has 4 unique barrels you can encounter, which is honestly sick. As it's lacking any. I would want to get a better picture, but buyer blueprint. I personally think that Foley's mission is fine, but the rewards, I will agree, are kind of lacking. The Ortis transmission. I don't mind him when I'm normally playing. He's just annoying when I stream. It'll be Sparkle Dog Prime. I don't know if Sparkle Dog Prime will look much different. Not decorate, god damn it. You know, I wonder what Skibbity Akrithis has this week. Voruna. There you go. And now? Boom. Peep the merch, ladies and gentlemen. Peep the merch. Splendid.
And whose business? I won't ask where you've been lately. I can tell from the dust on
I'm glad that they added this. We have a Forma blueprint. This is kind of mid. I'll take this though, actually. Loki.
I see.
On the radium barrels. Yeah, I wish. SP Follies Hunt. Yeah, I don't know.
Like that,
The credit caches should not be there. Mirror. On Forma BPs? Nah, I shall. I like playing Duviri. I don't mind having to go get more. I also don't want anything else here. I have 107 melee ribbons, 61 crafted Orokin reactors. It will take me a long time to get through these. Duviri Flower Patch? Duviri Artichoke. Dude, they look so fucking... Oh my god, they look so bad. I love it. Thank you for the 5. Mr. Kill Jr. Be able to customize our mod pictures with capture and not just make them chromatic. That would be really cool.
I've worked out that much. Now,
Doesn't happen here.
more.
It'd be like that. I don't think I'm ever going to be offered a partnership deal. That's just not happening. I already know, dude. I already know. Those cramps? Oh, hell nah. Yeah, I've had my video featured on Primetime once. That's it. All Foley. Okay, I don't really care that much about most of the like chromatic mods. There is a one I really like. Do I not have it on? Oh, I didn't want to format it again. Dude, Animal Instinct? Let me move this so you guys can see it. Hold up. Dude, I have... Fuck you. It looks so cool. I fucking love Animal Instinct. I think this Atrograph is awesome. Does you have a casting couch? Yeah. For Foley's proto frame? Damn. Should we go in the Golfagor room? I don't think people want to know what's in there. Warframe card game mode. Yeah, Warframe Gwent. The creature. Just push the button. Boom. He's blocking Wally's vision. They're having a conversation. $49 credit cash. Thank you, thank you. I didn't know that there was a rotation C. Fuck it, we're going in. The lighting is broken again. God damn it. It's just random if it works or not, I swear to God. Not necessarily to get new players in the game. I mean, I don't really... my content is for anyone who finds it interesting, honestly. Thank you for the 1 gift membership, Tumbling Frost 369. But I think that you can enjoy my content as a veteran or a new player. The vast majority of the time, at least. I also will say that, like, if that's, yeah, about the partner program thing, that doesn't stop people from being in the program, necessarily. I do think, though, that if you're a guide channel, you have a much better chance of making it into the program. For sure. Did that fix it? Nope, they're still broken. Okay. Well, at least I'll always have this. Anyways, we don't have to talk about what's behind there. Why is he upside down? Does he always spawn in the same... Oh, fuck? Is there a display I can do for this? Hold on. Is there like a clan... Shit. Is there not like a clan display? What about like regular displays? Hold on. Okay, glyph display, yeah, but I don't think those can display my clan glyph. Can I... nope. I just have a picture of like Kalimos on the wall. Make me gravitate towards it. Address me. Also, can I get a clan invite? My clan is like a clan that's just me and my friends. There is a Gratalar Gang clan, but I'm not part of it. You can join it through the Discord, but it doesn't have that picture. The standard for the program? It's based on dev invitation. As far as I'm aware, that's the only real requirement to get in, is that the developers invite you into it. from the market? I feel like I'd be able to see it here, though. Also, welcome, Blueprint. The number checks. I think the problem, like, I agree, but the problem is that a lot of mechanical challenge can be skipped by having big enough numbers in the program again. I mean, if they invite him, then he could be into Warframe. I don't think that, like, Warframe content creators still make content for Warframe players. I don't really think that most Warframe content creators are making it with the goal of bringing in new players. Aside from, like, when, like, Aztecross and, like, Shenpai and those people started playing the game. Because they were bringing in their audience from before. The elephant in that room? Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. Hold on. Clan. Yeah, we have no alliance icon, but we do have the clan emblem. Yeah, I don't see any option for the displays. Great VTuber migration. Also, I think... What do I have for my riot? I do quite like this gun. Pistol Elementalist, my goat. Because of the guaranteed blast procs on the reload attack. This is what I use. It works decently. Your Shadowgraph drawings? I don't have any blueprint. I have the art capacity of a potato. So they're all just default. Preview. Oh! 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 I didn't know it would look like that. Oh my god.
Operator,
I didn't know it would look like that. I have no art talent. I have no art talent. And then I gave up. Existing memes? I mean, I could, but like I said, I just have no artistic skill, no artistic talent. It would look terrible. I have told Rosie that she should get Foley because she's an actual artist. I would like to see what she would make. And such. Draw Wally? You can make Crack Kid? No one can create Crack Kid other than Chris, the original artist. Crack Kid is truly irreplaceable. How did you end up here? It's whatever. Are there any purple barrels? I don't think so. They say some crazy shit. You have a glyph? No, this is the clan glyph. They added a clan glyph prism. I will never be in the godforsaken partner program. DE does not want my ass. You can just sign up for it. As far as I'm aware, it's arbitrary in a sense, because I feel like then they don't have to justify not letting people in, if that makes sense. Like, you don't have to reject an application if you have it set up this way. You just accept people and then just ignore everyone else. You are very brand safe. That is not fucking true. Your charm will win them over. Have you offered your ass? What the fuck? Then you can get in. I'm pretty sure Nightmare wasn't in the partner program when he got kicked, and they took his fucking glyph. Well, they like gay men. Look, all I want, I've told DE, you know, I've said publicly, DE, let me in the partner program. You could use me for Pride Month streams, okay? I could be one of the Pride Month stream people, right? So that would be a good thing. My content's ass, so that's a pretty good sign, I think. What else? I'm very brand safe. If you ignore almost everything I've ever said on stream, then I should be pretty brand safe. What else? Did I mention that I'm homosexual? I think that's a real point in my favor, so I'm bringing that up again. I can make slop videos if you want. You know, I'm trying to do one video a week, roughly. So we can pump out some slop videos. You know, I made a boss fight guide. You guys like guides, right? I think that we'll do more guides. That'll get me into the partner program. You know, there's options. There's options. You're not gay, your boyfriend is. That is true. That is true. That's why they're not letting me in, dude. I'm fucked. They're not gonna let me in the partner program because I'm not the gay one. But Nitro will make it in. Zach watching this and smiling. If DE Zach watches my content, especially my streams, I might just have to shut this channel down. You gotta sacrifice Nitro to the Hellman. Did I join for it to end again? We are ending here soon, yeah. It's that you're a bottom? You have no proof. You have no proof. Yeah, like I said, I feel like with the partner program, invite only just makes it easier to just, like, not bother with it. Thank you for the 15 pounds. I would get memberships, but YouTube refused, and I'm not awake enough to figure it out. I need to play the new update. Thank you for the 15. You should have saved that to buy yourself the Foley bundle. Don't worry, I'll send it back. Tell your bank that it was a mistake, that your dog got on your phone and donated to me. For April Fools. So here's the thing, Blueprint. I had a plan for April Fools, but I'm canning it because I want to make the guilty video. I finally wanted to make the Dark Warframe lore video where I speculate, did Cyto9 kill JFK? And that was going to be my April Fools video. But I want to focus on the guide for the guilty because I really like that boss and want to tell people how it works. Honestly, this stream is me procrastinating that because I've been busting my ass on that video for like the last 3 days. But, I want to get that out, so I think that the April Fool's video idea is just going to become just some other shit post I post whenever. To get recognized by Warframe. Like I said, like, go finish it. It is not started enough for you to even say that. I can't just, like, pull up and be like, alright, let me put the finishing touches on this 90-minute video that I have recorded no shots for. All of that work in the last 3 days has literally just been testing, writing, and recording the voiceover. It's funny because you can tell I took a break between the Dactylist and Hunhulist parts, and you can tell because I sound so much more exhausted when I come back for the Hunhulist part. Mandanel Maniacs. You know, I do want to do another Discord bit. How much will he struggle? Blueprint's #1 struggle. Actually, okay, I have to ask Blueprint. Is Rubido Print also Italian? Or is this, like, not established? Actually end up being a villain. I don't know if Nitok will be a villain, but I'm really glad that they're putting more emphasis on the executors. Because what? Skarn and the other one, whose name starts with a T, I think, were also finally mentioned by name. We can gatekeep it. I'll be honest. Not Tuval. There's another one whose name starts with T, I believe. That was mentioned. Let me just fucking pull it up. Hold on. Warframe the 7. Tormus, that was his name. Yeah, we already, before the old piece, we already knew about Karish, Ballas, Avantis, and Tuval, and they added Skarn, Tormus, and Nitok. We also knew about Nihil, but he wasn't an executor at the time of the war. I was confused about that at first, but, when I, like, actually read the lore of the Nightwave series, it makes sense, like, oh, yeah, Nihil was banished from the Seven because he carried out capital punishment without unanimous agreement from the others, which was a capital offense. Are on the relay? Honestly, I don't really think there is. I think they just put them there for the hell of it. I kind of wish the Zealoid enemies would come back, though. I think it's sad. We had 3 Zealoid enemies that never returned. The only ones that returned are the Zealoid... What are they called? Baptizers? The dude who carry the Arlo's Flame item. Wait, dude. They carry the flame? Hold on. Wait a fucking second. Wait. Hold on. Major lore revelation. Major lore revelation. Dude, No. Major lore revelation. More Dark Warframe lore. We'll get stopped. I can't be stopped now. Oh, I have the riot equipped, I forgot. It's fine, it's fine. Hi, buddy. Mom. The toxin procs? Yeah, I'm aware. They are affected by those VODs. Not that many of them, but... I just need to find the enemy. They're called... Okay, I think they are, yeah, Zealoid Bastion, isn't that? I think that is their name. Dude, the Zealoid... Yeah, this guy here. The Zealoid Bastion. When you kill him, he drops the item Arlo's Flame. See? Pick up Arlo's Flame. Dude, he carries the flame. Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. Do you think he fights for the gospel to honor his name? I think I'm onto something with this one. He carries the flame, dude. Cool Stug 369. That just got me in shambles. You're so fun. We are Arlo Kirk. Dude, I fucking knew it. I knew it. This is why I'm not in the partner program. I thought we were getting lore. Yes, this is a bit. Kinda looks like him. Do I even... Can you even scan them? I don't even know. Factions. Zealoid. Oh, yeah, I actually have the other ones in here. Yeah. The Proselytizer. Dude, these guys were fucking cool. The Herald, who has a turret, I guess. And the Baptizer, who was the melee one. I missed these enemies. I think it's said that they're not in the game anymore. This guy's a Zymos. Being 25 years old? Is this real? From this Nightwave. This is where it originally came from, was this series. There in Foley's Hunt. Well, here's the thing. There are shadows of the Baptizer, specifically in Foley's Hunt, but not the original enemy. I wish that they would bring these guys back in some kind of mission. Certain variations of factions can appear. I mean, we kind of have faction variation. It's just not, like, random. Dude, Lancers also look different in this update. Same with Butchers and stuff. Their materials are all weird. They have, like, a brown, brown armor with a blue jumpsuit underneath now. Not sure if that was intentional or what, but... The ink foley? Oh, God.
Milliseconds when he realized that each time he cleans something, he makes something else dirty.
That's on the update? Okay. I have not actually read the patch notes in full yet. Little guy. Do you think Foley also carries the flame? I mean, I don't think so. Can't be scanned. They're not really like the enemies themselves. Oh yeah, I don't know. I've explained this. I have this thing here to clip my head through the ceiling so that I can, in Captura, I can record skyboxes for the astronomy of Warframe. That's why that fucking just random thing is over here in the corner. You know what's some bullshit, by the way? The skybox that appears when you enter the Orbiter Captura scene is completely random. Whenever I popped in here, it took me so many tries to get Venus. But yeah, I just do this. Okay, well, Foley's a little large for it. But if I position myself correctly, I can push my head out. I also wonder... Does this still work? There was a trick that I was showed by Flary. I hope they didn't fix this. It was kind of important. Oh, it might not work anymore. You're able to clip your head through this part of the orbiter and get the camera out, but it's not working. Heartbreaking. Truly heartbreaking. What the guy did to the chicken? You don't want to know what happened with the chicken. Short Queen? Maybe. The one cool Jupiter skybox? It's where's where's Jupiter Skybox 369? You need a sculpture there? Huh. I didn't need one previously. I wonder what would have changed. Maybe I was not standing like the very tip. Yeah, I can't get any higher than that. Quit horsing around? I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on, does this still work? What's my keybind for that? It's 9, which is on this mouse button? Okay. Oh, because in this scene it's going to be different. Okay, it's not going to work here. I'm going to show you all something splendid. Let's go to... Sure. The Fabrica scene. If you hit a keybind to summon your Kaith, and then you immediately enter your operator... What the... Okay, the game just decided I was going to get on them. But you can just have your Kaith by itself. This is how I have footage of, Well, the game just keeps teleporting the Kaith to me, I guess. This is how I have footage and videos of the Kaith just, like, doing its own thing. Run away, run away! The game's trying to force me onto the Kaith! No! Thank you for the 5. I await for the day, that skybox clipping thing is used again, cool kid. Warframe Astronomy's strongest soldier. You might have seen it. I've already posted on my community tab, like, why the series has been on hiatus. I do love the astronomy of Warframe, and I do want to make more of them, but it's just not in a spot where it's tenable right now. Okay, Mounts Nitro, heartbreaking. Homosexuality in my Christian server. Also, I had to swap around my shoulder attachments on Chroma because I couldn't fucking see. Just let us give you money. I mean, you can still donate to the streams. Like, that's still an option, but... The official Ben 10 comic? I have not heard. I don't really keep up with Ben 10 lore. They fixed Fish Astral Projection. That one makes me mad. Low-key, I'm pissed they got rid of that. Chroma is now naked. His shoulder things are so weird when his pelt is off. Like those like contact points. Leafs through Rio. Gets naked, oiled up. There is no oil involved here. Thank you very much. Keep Chroma's fursuit on. Dude, I can't believe with Varuna Prime we're finally having the, Dude, okay. All I'm saying, Varuna Prime being able to run on all fours is a huge victory for puppy girls. I'm just saying. She was already the biggest representation this game had for puppy girls. And now, you can truly go puppy mode. Just a huh? Compared to Jade Shadows. I feel like they're fine. I think I have almost a full Foley now, but I think it's ultimately, it depends on your luck on some level. I just got back, what the fuck? Runa main anymore? Weak. You're weak, that's what you are. I even have my loadout, I haven't looked at this in ages, but my loadout for, yeah, Ulfrin's Endurance is called Puppy Mode. I should probably change this with a universal polarity. I also probably don't need equilibrium. Ooh, this entire setup is kind of bad. I'll have to work on this. When Veruna Prime comes out, we can fix it. Pre or post pre-TennoCon for sure. We get 4 major updates a year, and typically we get one right before TennoCon, like in June. That was when Araxia's update came out. So, Equilibrium. Look, I disagree with people that think Equilibrium is a bad mod. Equilibrium is still actually, in my opinion, very good. It's just that there is competition with its effect now. Does the energy thing in the presence of a prime? Good to know. I don't really play in groups, so I wouldn't know, because Foley's not a prime herself. It does it poorly. How does it do it poorly? It's 110% conversion rate.
Operator, Ordis has determined the secrets to happiness. Combination.
Then wonder why it's not working. Well, the argument that I see people make all the time
You're welcome.
is don't use Equilibrium because purple shards have the effect. But I don't really feel like that logic works, because taking up 3 Archon shard slots, or if you want the actual effect, but taking up several Archon shard slots for this, I just don't really think I don't really think that it's a 1-to-1 comparison. The purple shards do work quite well if you have enough orb generation that you don't need the full effect. Like if you're on Citrine, for example, 1 purple shard is more than enough, because she generates so many orbs. But if you're on a frame who only has orbs drop from time to time, or is getting them from a less reliable source, like the synth mod or what have you, then I feel like it makes sense to go for Equilibrium. Especially because, like, if you want to use something else in those shard slots, it's a sacrifice of 1 mod slot versus potentially multiple shard slots. People were running it with nothing else. And, okay, here's the thing. I don't know if I have it on currently. This guy here, Synth Deconstruct. This is your orb generation method. Equilibrium works fine on frames that can't generate orbs as long as they are playing around Synth Deconstruct. People running it without synth mods. I mean, if people are running it without, like, any... okay, I don't think that makes the mod bad. Especially considering I have it here on Varuna, and I was using it because of Lycaths. But I think if people are going to use a mod in a stupid fashion, that doesn't make the mod bad. Also, someone asked why all these are not Tau Forged. I don't play Varuna that much, and she's getting a Prime in 2 weeks. There's no point in doing it. Or, like, a week. More like a week. There's no point in doing it now. Any obscure skybox? The Chudling, dude, I saw him. Wait, what the fuck? Anyways. The Guilty Super Boss? Actually, yes. It works, but I think it's easy to just use, like, Kratos or something is more valuable. Here's my thing. This mod slot that Equilibrium is in could be something else, that's true. But if I wanted the same Equilibrium level effect, it would take 4 shard slots if I wanted it to be that high, which could also go into something like 60% more power, strength, durability duration, which is like the same effectiveness as a mod anyways? I think that it ultimately depends on what you're doing and what your orb quantity is. If you don't have that many orbs to work with, or they're not consistent, Equilibrium is a great option because the conversion percentage is high. If you have so many orbs that you don't need that much, like on Uriel or on Citrine or something, then I think the shards are definitely a solid option as well. Is overkill. If you don't have reliable orb generation, I think the full conversion percentage makes sense, personally. And I will say, like I said, I have not played Varuna much in the last several years. My build for her is very outdated, and I'm just gonna wait for her prime to fix it. Better sources of energy gain. There are different sources of energy gain and healing. That's my thing. Like, you have to consider that in a game like Warframe, a lot of the balance comes in terms of trade-offs, right? Like, whenever you are running one thing, you are often foregoing another thing. So there are a lot of problems in Warframe that can be solved by a lot of different tools. And the question is, how do you combine those tools to solve as many problems as possible? And there are several arrangements that work just fine. I mean, there's more than one way to do these types of things, right? I think that a lot of the time, people brush up against this stuff because it's ultimately a difference in playstyle. Like I said, there's use cases for most things in this game, where just because you approach a problem in one way doesn't mean that there are no other viable approaches to that problem. If I needed a lot of energy, well, that's the thing. You can do that, but if you wanted to run a different companion for some other thing, then it might be good to use something else. Like I said, there are multiple ways to solve the problem, and I think that some people get too hung up on how it's not their way to solve the problem, but that doesn't mean that it's not a valid way to approach the issue, and I think some people really get hung up on, like, well, that's not the way I do it, but that doesn't mean it's not, like, a viable solution, if that makes sense. I don't say this to be condescending, but I see it in the Warframe community all the time, where I think that people just kind of fail to realize that there's more than one way to build into a specific mechanic or around a specific problem. My distaste for it, and I think ultimately it's just an agree to disagree thing at that point. Like, if you don't like the mod, that's fine. I think it still absolutely has its use cases, but I don't think I'm convincing anyone. I'll put it that way. Play Lavos? Based? Use this? Yeah, I agree. That's the thing when it comes to modding in Warframe. Like I said, people generally don't like when people don't build how they build, and I think some people kind of fail to see the forest for the trees, if that makes sense. Like, they get so caught up in the minutia of how people are achieving their goals that they don't see how, or like if the goals are being achieved at all. Because if you're playing differently than me, but you're still accomplishing what you're trying to accomplish, then I don't think that's a problem. When it comes to build crafting in Warframe, generally I think you should set out, like, each mod and each element of your loadout, generally speaking, is to do something, right? It's to serve some function. And I think some people fail to realize that there are multiple ways to serve a function, and so when it's not their way of serving the function, they don't think the function is being served at all. And I think that that's just a very narrow-minded, pardon the pun, way to approach the system. Multiple ways to serve, yes, exactly. But I think that when it comes to modding in Warframe, the most important thing, like I said, is just are you achieving what you're setting out to achieve? Because if someone asks for advice on a build or something like that, I think that generally the goal shouldn't be just to do what I do. It should be, okay, what are you trying to accomplish? And, you know, we can go from there. I really do think that it's kind of a plight on the Warframe community in general that people are so prone to just copying things, and there's a lot of stuff where I think that there is room for minutia in how individual people make builds. Like, I know a lot of people in my Discord don't use red shards. They use blue shards, and then they don't take things like flow. I don't personally do that. I just use the mod slot for flow if I think I need it. But, you know, there's a difference in philosophy there. Like I said, we're both solving the problem just in different ways. if I'm using red shards for strength and then flow for my energy max, someone else might take blue shards for energy max and a mod for strength, right? There are multiple ways to approach that. But a lot of the time, I think Warframe players don't really want to engage with the system that much, I guess. And so I feel like there's almost like a pandemic of people just copying builds from YouTubers and other sources, and then just, you know, passing those, trickling them down, so to speak, onto their friends and things like that. And like I've said several times throughout this rant that serves zero fucking purpose and is prolonging the stream for no reason, there are multiple ways to solve these problems. And I think that when it comes to build crafting, there is room for preference. And I think a lot of people just fail to see that. Like Warframe is Joe Biden? Holy shit. You might be onto something. You might be cooking with that one. But I'm a visual learner. Okay, that's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. But I think that with a lot of, like, for example, I know that some people really like to mod for certain stats that other people don't really care to mod for because it's like a thing that they find more comfortable. All of my melees use quickening and drifting contact. Basically every single one uses those two mods, because I think it's more comfortable that way. I know some people really like to mod for punch through on a lot of their weapons because that's more comfortable for them. At the end of the day, I think it's ultimately what you prefer. And I really wish that the game did a better job of teaching you modding so you could learn your preference, as opposed to people just kind of copying and then having friction as a result. Mods are being put on certain builds. Like, here's my thought process is this. Modding is a system that people should not be discouraged from engaging with. This is one of the most important elements of the entire game. And I think that it's important to understand it. Even if you don't want to put together a build for a weapon you just unlocked and you don't even know if you're going to like it, so you don't want to, like, tinker with it and all that stuff. Especially with mechanics that are harder to learn, or like things like multiplicative condition overload where you don't know. I think copying a build is fine, but I think that the problem is that a lot of people wouldn't understand why a build works. They just copy it because they were told to, and then they don't really engage with it further or move things around based on their preference or anything like that. I've thought about making a series talking about modding and how to approach specifically modding weapons. Like I said, for me, the thing with modding is just, it's a simple question of what are you trying to accomplish, and are you accomplishing it with what you're using? Hi, gay? Damn, I'm just gay now. I don't touch it again? I can see that. Media, etc. I feel like it's not even necessarily that. I think a lot of it, honestly, like, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. I think you're kind of overstating the case. I think that a lot of it, honestly, is just people just simply don't have the attention span for it. They don't really want to learn it. To know what it needs. Yeah, I'm guessing you're referring to either Suckmud or Rowan's video. But I think, as well as, like, if you're a YouTuber that makes builds and shows them to people, I feel like you're kind of obligated to explain what it does. But maybe that's just me. But yeah, like I said, there's a lot of room for things that are up to preference in this game, and I think a lot of people kind of lose sight of that, and then when someone doesn't do exactly what they're doing, they get pissed. Why don't I have the... Oh, that's why. It's a little weird looking. I don't even know what I'm reading in the chat right now. Sorry, hold on. I think my brain is just not working. I think I'll pull the plug at 4.5 hours. I think it's just 3.5 more minutes. Got big ass thighs. Well, I mean, I think she's much slimmer on top. So like the dogs, right? really sell that effect. Ulfrun and Lycath here. Kind of sad that they aren't their own attachments, to be honest, but... Pulling the plug at 4.5. Fearful if you mess with it. I haven't messed with it at all. I have zero artistic talent. The best build guy. Yeah, like I said, I get why people do it, but I wish... The frustrating thing to me is that I think that a lot of people encourage others to not learn the game. They don't liberal so sexualize they name their individual thighs. Real. But I think that, like, it's important to try and learn the game. Because I've seen a lot of people argue. Like, I had someone leave a scathing comment on one of my videos. I think it was the Valence Formation video, actually. About, like, why don't you show your builds? I work all the time and only have an hour to play each week. And it's like, I'm sorry. I don't really think it should be my responsibility to enable your unwillingness to engage with the game's core systems. Like, I'm sorry if you don't have that much time to play the game each week, but I don't feel like that's an excuse for, like, deliberately avoiding understanding it. I don't know. That comment rubbed me the wrong way for reasons I feel like I can't even fully articulate. Because I get those questions all the time of, like, what's your build? And I feel like that kind of question is just... I don't know. It's like clamoring for something to copy, and I don't want to do that. What if it was bait? I'm paraphrasing the comment. I do not think it was bait. Are lying? I mean, probably, but even just taking it at face value, right? Like, I don't know. You can do your own shit in 10 minutes? Yeah, pretty much. I've been asking for the build. Yeah, because, like, that's the thing. I will say, in certain contexts, I think it's relevant to show it and explain it. Like, in the guide that I'm making for the Guilty, I do show and explain my builds for Scourge and Dual Toxicist, because I think that, like, I want to kind of share my strategy and explain it. So in that context, it's relevant. But people ask it in contexts where it's totally inappropriate. Like, on the passive... Dude, did the Chudley just run by again? Why is he been so common this stream? What the fuck? Anyways, whenever I make, like... So, the augment problem did this too. People would see background footage and just be like, what's your build for X Warframe? And it's like... I don't really feel like, I don't feel like it's... Like, I need to constantly broadcast that information about every single thing I make in every single video. But every video, without fail, somebody asks about it. Important to a Lavos build: strength, range, or duration. Trying to refine my build to compete with Noko. Honestly, it completely depends on what you're doing. Personally, I think that strength is only really that good for one of Lavos' abilities, that being his 4. It's helpful for his 1 too, but especially for his 4. Personally, my Lavos is high range, some duration, and high strength specifically on the 4. I really like high range, because it makes the range of the 4 considerably better, and it makes the range of the 3 considerably better, which is really good with the augment if you use it as like an area control tool. That's just how I personally play Lavos, but I like using the 3 not just to reset my cooldowns, but also to control space and inflict status effects, so I go for a lot of range for that reason. Rest is range and efficiency. Yeah, I know efficiency is also a popular option, especially if you're playing around nuking. Because if you're playing around nuking with the 4, it's really valuable to have the efficiency bump for things like Swift Bite and Transmutation Probe. That refreshes itself. I know that was a popular strategy with Garuda, not, on Nova, but I believe Lavos' Valence Formation also affects Null Star. I totally forgot to mention that in the Valence Formation video, by the way. Null Star and Surge Sparks are affected by Valence Formation. I don't know. I think at this point I'm just on my unhinged rambling at 2:30 in the morning arc. I don't know if anything I'm even saying actually makes sense. Valid crash out, or should I be cast into the 9th circle of hell to be chewed on by Satan himself, like Judas or whatever in the Divine Comedy? Melee slam down like an NBA trick? Splendid. I didn't expect you to be up at this hour, Nitro, but I guess maybe you were working earlier than I thought. I like how everyone is just saying you should be cast into hell anyways. Cool. Like I said, though, like, I get why people... When it comes to the build thing, I get why people copy builds. I just hate that people encourage not learning the game. That's the thing that frustrates me. Is, people really push their specific philosophy onto others and refuse to let them experiment for themselves, especially when it's copied from another YouTuber. That just rubs me the wrong way. The Divine Comedian Honoria, what do you even get that for? Is that the one they added for hold on, do I even have that? No, I don't. No duration. I think duration is helpful for status, especially if you're leaving lingering clouds. Descendia as Dante, it's new. Oh, I didn't... Okay, so that's like one of the hidden ones. Okay, interesting. I'm guessing it's is it Descendia without dying as Dante? Is it like the Uriel one? That's really interesting, though. I did not know that that was one of the new Honoria they added. That goes hard. I actually wonder... I think it's all 21 floors just got it in a squad. I wonder if there are any others. Implying that you're not lying to me that, you know, fuck with me on this, which is entirely possible. I guess I don't really have any confirmation that this is a real thing. What ones do I not have from Roth yet?
Which is worse? During the Old War, we once more found a need in the Orokin.
I need only a few more judgment points. Jade's Guardian, Abyssal Thorn. Yeah, Warden of Alchemy takes quite a bit of Xenorast, who devours all.
That will surely impress the talking fish.
Wiki says it's true? Cretin tag? Well, that was Kondrox, but it would be cool to get a Cretin tag. Dude, this is so much. I want to buy all of these, but damn. I don't even think I have enough for the Harrow one. Yeah, I don't. I sold a lot of them right before the update came out. What's your favorite Honoria? Definitely the one I currently have, Savior of Parita, just because it's so hard to obtain. Is Grendel's? Grendel, I think, actually has multiple, because he also has the one for his Prime, but... I wonder if Varuna Prime is going to release with one, considering that Gauss and Grendel Prime both have one. Hello, Fish. Are you impressed with my title? He does not give a fuck. Dude, I fucking hate you, Fibonacci. You won't even let me have this. Fuck you. On a horrendously difficult week. I didn't realize that there was one for soloing EDA. I probably got it back when it first released. Oh yeah, because of the it's the title that comes from the chest pieces, right. So that was, yeah, the final one. This honestly is pretty hard to get as well. I think that this title is definitely up there in terms of difficulty, for sure. First time I saw Fibonacci. How peculiar. Talking fish. Man, this bundle is expensive as fuck, but it is cool. I gotta give it that. Dude, this... Okay, this looks fucking... What the fuck? That's not right. That boy ain't right. I do like how we now have the like, tactical pouches. You can have Airsofters Rejoice. God bless. I don't really think that that fits. But, okay. And I'm very upset. Damn. Bad signals. Yeah, they're like faceplate. That's pretty cool. Anyways, I'm gonna end the stream for real this time because I probably should do other things. I need to actually get to shooting for the Guilty video. I wanted to try and release it before the end of March, but I just don't think that's realistic. So my goal is still probably sometime this week, but it's gonna be so long it might be a little bit later. So yeah, Guilty video will be next. I've been working on the script for a Lavos video as well. I think I've got about 11 pages of it done, but that's like kind of on hold at the moment because I wanted to work on some other stuff. The first like 6 pages of that aren't even about Lavos's kit. It's literally just design inspirations and like his lore and connections to alchemical imagery and things like that. So it'll be a kind of different video. I'll say that much. But yeah, current plan is to release the video about the Guilty and then the Lavos video probably sometime this month. It depends on how much work it ends up taking. But yeah, I'll release some bullshit. DE, invite me into the partner program. I have a boyfriend, and if you don't believe that I'm gay, I'll send proof. Anyways, I think I'm gonna cut the camera so I can do something with my life. Thank you all for watching. See ya.